Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and counselors. I want to welcome you to the 46th meeting of the 24th Council for Albuquerque, and I will call this meeting to order. All counselors are present. Some are running a few minutes late, I think, but they will be joining us shortly. We have enough counselors to constitute a quorum, so I'm going to dispense with roll call. I would like to ask for a moment of silence at this time. So if you'll just join me in that, please. Thank you, counselors, and thank you to the public. I would like to now move on to a Pledge of Allegiance in English, and I would ask our Vice Chair, Counselor Gibson, if she would lead us in that pledge. Counselor Gibson.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge the allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. And I would also move to our Pledge Allegiance in Spanish. I think Counselor Bassan is on. Counselor Bassan, could you lead us in that, please?
My pleasure, Madam President. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson and Counselor Bassan. So with that, counselors, I need to read some information into the record for the public. As was noted in a press release from our office on Friday, posted on our website and noted on our published council agenda, this meeting has special procedures and is being held via Zoom video conference. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting live through 4 different platforms: GOV TV on Comcast, Channel 16, the GOV TV website, YouTube, and the Zoom webinar. These live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. For those watching on the live stream, thank you this afternoon for joining us. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 768-3100 for assistance during business hours, which are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council is accepting live general public comments today, as well as any written comments. Written comments received by 1 p.m. today were distributed to all of the councilors in advance of the meeting. So with that, counselors, we will move on to our order of business. We do not have any proclamations or presentations today, so we will dispense with item number 3. We do not have an economic development discussion. We will dispense with item number 4. So with that, counselors, we will move on to our general public comments. And before we get started with public comments, which I will send over to Mr. Julian Moya, our media advisor, I will read some comments for the public's sake into the record. I want to welcome you this afternoon and thank you for joining us to provide live public comment. We also have written comments that were distributed to the councilors in advance of today's meeting. Members of the public will be available to address the council if they have signed up for live public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website Friday. Speakers will be moved into the meeting room 2 at a time. They will remain muted with their camera off until they are called upon to speak, at which point they can turn on their camera, unmute themselves, and will have 1.5 minutes to provide comments to the council. After that, they will again be muted and return to be an attendee of the Zoom webinar. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 1.5 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the Zoom webinar. Mr. Moya, would you please commence with our first speaker?
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Brian Condit. Mr. Condit, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Brego and city councilors. My name is Brian Condit. I'm Executive Director of the New Mexico Building Trades Council. We represent 15 construction craft unions throughout the state with over 11,000 construction crafts professionals in our ranks. We stand in strong support to the PLA ordinance. It is our strong feeling that construction crafts professionals deserve to be protected under a contract similar to businesses, contractors, general contractors, and other subcontractors. You will hear from the opponents today that that is a function of the Department of Workforce Solution. If you don't know, I'd like to provide the fact that the state of New Mexico actually has 2 labor law administrators to cover the entire state, which is not sufficient. We have pending lawsuits on misclassification and wage underpayment going back all the way from the ART project. This PLA will allow us to identify any discrepancies in pay or benefits very early on and get them resolved without having to wait the years it takes to solve one of these matters. The other thing you may hear is with the Janus decision at the U.S. Supreme Court, there is no union security clause in a government mandated or approved project labor agreement. So if you hear that, it doesn't exist anywhere in the discussions that we've had with each of you, nor would it be lawful to move forward. Thank you. We urge you to support the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Espinosa. Jason, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Madam President, City Councilors, my name is Jason Espinosa, representing here today the Mechanical Contractors Association of New Mexico, which represents the unique needs of construction firms involved in the heating, air conditioning, refrigeration, plumbing, piping, and mechanical service, as well as the Sheet Metal and Air Conditioner Contractors Association in New Mexico, which represents sheet metal and air conditioning industry contractors. Just here to say that both those associations stand in support of the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Steele. Jeff, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jeff Steele. I am the business manager for Iron Workers Local 495, covers the whole jurisdiction of New Mexico. We are in strong support along with the building and trades and the other trades associated with that. With this project labor agreement, Brian had already mentioned about the misclassifications. We find that happening pretty regularly. When you have a contractor that's signed to a collective bargaining agreement with us, they know exactly what they have to pay. Our members know exactly what kind of pay they get, benefits based on the collective bargaining agreement. So it's a win-win for both parties, and please take this into consideration and pass this ordinance. So thank you for your time, and appreciate being here.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Ingram. John, go ahead and unmute yourself. I know you're on the phone, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
I have no idea how to unmute myself.
You are unmuted. We can hear you, so you can please proceed.
Okay, my name is John Ingram. I'm past president of Noreste Neighborhood Association. I'm working hard to grow neighborhood support for proposed bond 02184. I've called, emailed, and talked with neighborhood associations and district coalition leaders. Some said they've heard nothing from their counselors about 2184. They said they would call you. I called them back after they talked to you, and they told me that they were told to oppose 2184 because it ties up GRT revenues for years. It does not. I respectfully disagree. What it does is what would have done had the stadium bond for a privately owned soccer club not failed. It refinances revenues at better rates to produce money to pay for neighborhood projects in Albuquerque. It's very much like what I did when I refinanced my mortgage. They were also told to oppose 2184 because this council is a lame duck. Yes, it is, but in 2017, that did not stop 7 of 9 councilors from voting yes on the Integrated Development Ordinance, IDO, and sending IDO to a lame duck mayor for his signature. They were told that Albuquerque can wait for this. We can't wait. These projects are desperately needed in our neighborhoods now. These projects have been on council's list for a long time. Neighborhoods in the far northeast Heights have been waiting 16 years for a public swimming pool at Domingo Baca Park. Waiting has caused the cost for that pool to double. Any more waiting will increase financial and the human costs of addressing Albuquerque's crime, poverty, and homelessness. Please vote yes.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Carla Williams. Ms. Williams, I know you're on the phone as well. Go ahead. Your time will begin when you start speaking.
Okay. Dear President Barrero, City Council, in order for AFR Fire Rescue, AFR to promote impartiality, demonstrate due regard for inclusion and diversity, to provide consistent accountability, uniform policies, procedures, and to ensure the equitable opportunity for advancements for every firefighter in AFR, the fire chief position needs to shift from being an appointed position to being a position elected by the men and women of AFR. Due to the current status as a political appointment positions, there is opportunity. There is opportunity for a misuse of authority. Sorry, my computer. For misuse of authority and lack of accountability, for unfair practices used for the unwritten rule, and for the untempered use of fire chief's discretion, which have perpetuated systemic oppression through personal biases. My name is Carla Williams, and I am the first and still the only African-American female firefighter in AFR after 24 years. Unfortunately, in my position, I have continued to witness and experience discrimination within AFR through various administrations, as AFR has used its authority and discretion to justify favoritism, unfair inconsistencies, which have resulted in the era of hostility in which individuals are threatened with disciplinary actions for asking questions, making requests, efforts towards self-advocacy, clarification of job duties, and work-related matters, as well as dispute resolutions. It has been extremely disheartening to experience that in spite of an advanced education, my license as a paramedic.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Tomas Trujillo. Tomas, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam President, City Councilors. I'd like to talk a little bit about the proposed ordinance for the PLA. I think one of the main things that we're looking at is, the ability for equitable and sustainability. It's, to me, and a lot of my research I've been looking at is one of the points that's paramount or prevailing is when we look at how many, one of the statements that was made against one of the opponents of this ordinance was looking at Workforce Solutions and how it oversees all projects, right? That are over $60,000. Well, one of the things is there's only, right now, there's only 2 labor law administrators in the state of New Mexico. Now, 2 labor law administrators, there's over 2,248 projects going on along statewide. Right here in the Bernalillo County area, we have 563. So labor law administrators would go to each individual, hand them a survey, and ask them a series of questions, like about 20 questions. So just to think about those 2 individuals, 2 labor law administrators having to go across the state of New Mexico, going across Bernalillo County, that's pretty daunting. So what we're asking is support for this ordinance to be able to, for one, protect workers, to make sure that they're getting paid correctly, and for
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Time's up.
okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Bobby Getz. Bobby, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for letting me attend today. My name is Bobby Getz, the Director of the Electrical NJTC, Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee for the electrical industry. We've been putting out apprentices to work for over 50 years, and we're all, for the local 611. And we're just always looking for, opportunities to, bring more people into work. More focus on craftsmanship, and installation, how we do it the correct way. Safety is a big thing. And we're also looking into some programs to get into the schools to bring, more people in out of high school into the trades, so there's a lot of demand for the work in the trades. And we're just asking for some support on the proposed ordinance for the PLA as well. And I'm basically out here to promote apprenticeship and getting more people to work. And so there's a demand for the trade and a lot of work coming up. So we're just trying to get more people into the apprenticeship and get them know that there's careers out there that besides college, and trying to get the best candidates possible, trying to get these men and women into the field. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Courtney Eichhorst. Courtney, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Courtney Eichhorst. I'm the business manager of UA Local 412 Plumbers and Pipe Fitters here in the great city of Albuquerque in the great state of New Mexico. Local 412 has been a union in the city of Albuquerque since 1910. That was before we were even a state, guys. So something to think about. We've obviously been doing something right all this time. I'm here to support the PLA ordinance. I think this is an excellent idea, and it's about time we get something like this done in the city of Albuquerque. Project labor agreements are good for business. These agreements benefit everyone: contractors, workers, owners, taxpayers, everyone involved, by ensuring that harmonious workplace, safe work practices on the job, and projects completed on time and on budget. If we could get this ordinance passed in the city, and it would be a game changer for everyone involved, it would translate directly into cost savings for developers and owners through efficiency, fewer lost time accidents, and far fewer cost overruns. PLAs also provide broader employment through expanded apprenticeships, and that includes more opportunities for minorities and women. This is not an empty claim I'm making. It's supported by lots of research over the past decades, something that we could greatly use. I myself have been involved in our apprenticeship program, which has over 250 active apprentices all day, every day in the city of Albuquerque. With the work that's coming up, we're going to have to double in size of apprenticeship. So this PLA ordinance would help us tremendously, and it would be a benefit to the city. So thank you so much for your listening to me today, and please support this PLA ordinance.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Eichhorst. Jim, if you can unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
All right, I think I'm unmuted. Hi,
Yes, we can hear you.
okay. Afternoon, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Jim Ed Baylor Eichhorst. I'm the operations manager for JB Henderson Construction, based out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. We've seen a lot of. I'm actually here to speak in favor of the PLA. We've followed a lot of other contractors into facilities in the past that weren't doing things right, weren't paying their employees right, were having extensive issues. And in the end, you end up having to pay another contractor to come in and either correct it, repair it, or just redo everything they'd already done. So that's pretty much long and short of it. I think it's a really good idea for the city. Thank you.
Madam President, may I ask Mr. Jim Ed Baylor a question?
Counselor, I'm unmuting myself. I'm saying yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Baylor, some of the argument that we've heard is that, as an example, that roofing contractors, local roofing contractors would be excluded from these contracts over 10 million because none of them are a union shop. Can you address that?
I'm not sure whether I can or can't. I know for our company, we don't exactly ever work with any roofing contractors here in town that are union. I'm not aware of any. But it would still require them to at least come to the table and discuss the ins and outs of what they're going to be required to pay based on the wage decisions for the project.
Thank you. And yeah, just so, yeah, that's as I understand it, they would be subject to similar requirements, but nobody would be insisting that they be a union shop. They would just have to play by these specific rules, correct?
I would believe that to be true, but I'm not an expert when it comes to union things.
Okay. Well, as it goes,
I'm an expert when it comes to contract things.
That's okay. We appreciate you speaking and getting a perspective from a contractor who does support this. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Troy Beal. Troy, please feel free to turn your video back on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Troy Beal. Excuse my voice. I'd like to thank President and councilors for letting me speak. I wanted to let you know I have been in the business for 42 years. My company has been in the business for 65 years under collective bargaining unit contractors. We think that this would excel the speed of jobs, and the known skills that the contractors would have would save the city and the taxpayer money. If anybody has any questions on that, my experience has been 42 years doing the city of Albuquerque work and a lot of work in Bernalillo County. And it seems to me that if we have people in a collective bargaining unit, cost overruns and time savings will be shorter and be cost effective to the taxpayer. Thank you.
Mr. Bill, who do you represent? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
B&D Industries.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
the CEO of B&D Industries, and I'm the president of National Electric Contractors.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Badillo Baca. Badillo, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board. My name is Badillo Baca. I am an organizer here at IBEW Local 611. There's been a heavy influx and people migrating to collective bargaining agreements just for their fairness and their living wage opportunities. So since 2016, and we're behind the curve. We've been needing to pick up more skilled, qualified people, but with that comes we need job opportunities, and a lot of times we are excluded from these opportunities from city jobs that we're hiring local people to do local work, and we need these local jobs, and we need the opportunity to be on these projects. You know, a lot of time we're undercut because, you know, the quality, the QA/QC process sometimes gets undermined and you don't get what you're paying for. So as an organizer, and I also sit on the JATC committee at the Joint Apprenticeship and Training Committee for the electrical industry. Here in Albuquerque, we've influxed to over 300 apprentices. We need these training opportunities to get the skilled workforce numbers back up in Albuquerque and New Mexico. And the only way we can do that is through our partners in the city that we live in, the people that are raising their kids here in Albuquerque. We need these projects. We need to be included on some of these. It'll help for the community relations. It'll help grow skilled trade workers. And it'll also be beneficial for the taxpayers. They're getting what they're paying for. We're training men and women in the electrical industry. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council today. I highly recommend and I hope you support this PLA.
Thank you,
which
Mr.
will
Murphy.
benefit everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Santos Griego. Santos, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, City Councilors. I am Santos Griego. I'm a journeyman inside wireman with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I work representing many thousands of electrical workers throughout the state of New Mexico. I'm here in support of the Council Bill 2180 PLAs. I have worked under labor agreements for 30 years of my adult life. Professional craft workers all across the state and in the city of Albuquerque understand, appreciate the value that come with working under a project labor agreement or collective bargaining agreements. General contractors and subcontractors that enter into a labor agreement understand, respect, appreciate the value that comes with providing the essential wages and benefits afforded to professional craft workers. Labor agreements are not new ideas. Labor agreements have been a vital part of our state for over 100 years. We have them at our national laboratories, and we have them on some of our biggest construction projects in New Mexico, such as the Facebook data center in Las Lunas and the Intel site in the Rio Rancho. PLA agreements are partnerships between the contractors and professional craft workers. And this ordinance will solidify these partnerships. Thank you for your time today and have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla Cougar. Carla, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking. You can unmute yourself.
Okay,
There you go.
got it. City councilors, Madam President, city councilors, my name is Carla Kugler. I am the president and CEO of Associated Builders and Contractors. We are a construction association representing about over 160 members across the state of New Mexico. And we do stand today in opposition of the Project Labor Agreements Ordinance. We also have the largest non-union multi-trade registered apprenticeship program in the state. Our members build state, federal, and municipal projects, private work, you name it. They're large and small contractors, some of them minority, women, and veteran owned. Our members pay prevailing wages. They pay fringe benefits. They pay into the apprenticeship cents per hour, all already set by union collective bargaining agreements. They invest hundreds of thousands of dollars into their workforce. They just so happen, and their employees so happen, to choose not to be union. So it's for all of these reasons that we urge you to vote against this ordinance. Currently, on a day-to-day basis, union and non-union companies work together seamlessly to provide the best product and to pay the best wages they can for the entire community, the way it should be. It's really when government and politics get involved, it starts pitting us against each other, and it's unnecessary. Instead of a union, non-union issue, what we'd rather see is the city helping us get more people into our industry for everybody, because Lord knows it's going to take all of us to get this all done. So please, we urge you to stand up to oppose this ordinance.
Thank you, Carla. Your time's up.
to accomplish it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Arnholt. Mark, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
It's an honor to address the Albuquerque City Council. And reviewing everyone's bio, I know we share a common goal, making Albuquerque the best city it can be. I have lived here most of my adult life, raising my family here with friends and family that live throughout the city. This is why I'm supporting Ordinance 8421 that addresses crime, homelessness, and finishes longstanding projects. I'm a pilot for a Fortune 100 company delivering essential products to Albuquerque like the COVID-19 vaccines. I'm also a colonel in the Air Force Reserve, where we have a motto, accelerate change or lose. I suggest the City Council emulate this model to deal with its pressing challenges. I understand the mayor is in support of this ordinance as it addresses the 10-year strategic plan. Just a couple of months ago, a majority of the council was willing to do a similar proposal that didn't address the pressing needs of the citizens. Albuquerque is looking forward to a conversation based on facts, not fear. My hope is the bipartisanship that created this bill will extend to all the districts and we can accelerate change to win. I assure you that the pool in the Northeast Heights will be an aquatic center that will service all of Albuquerque. I qualify that statement with over 40 years of aquatic experience, ranging from youth to NCAA Division I, Masters, an official for high school and USA Swimming. I frequent the pools in districts 1, 2, 6, and 7, and can attest to the need for one in District 4. This project will ultimately help our entire community as we recover from a pandemic. Thank you for your time. And remember, you can't be on your screens when you're in the pool.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heather Gordon. Heather, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
can.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Heather Gordon, and I'm the commissioner of the New Mexico Badminton Games Tournament. It's on behalf of the entire badminton community that I give these remarks tonight. First, we would like to thank District 4 City Councilwoman Brec Besson for her communications with badminton player Dr. Sidney Lee regarding the allocation of funds to Domingo Baca Multi-Generational Center for the professional painting of badminton court lines at that facility. Next, we would also like to thank Domingo Baca Center Supervisor Thomas Gallagher for 1, having already purchased the badminton net equipment, 2, for having given us several hours Tuesday nights for badminton play, and 3, for his efforts to obtain a price quote from a professional painter for the court lines. Badminton is an extremely popular sport globally, and this is reflected in our very diverse and tight-knit community. For several years, we have fruitlessly contacted various city departments to get more court space and time, since we have many more players than can be accommodated at the 2 public facilities where we play, Wells Park and Manzano Mesa. We have only been given court time at Domingo Baca within the last month, and is now the only gym in Northeast Albuquerque with badminton courts. Many players live in the Northeast, and Domingo Baca is by far more accessible than many other locations. The additional court space at Domingo Baca will not only serve our current players, but hopefully allow us to grow our community, which is something that has historically been restricted due to lack of court access. Therefore, the badminton community of Albuquerque is extremely grateful to Councilwoman Besson and Supervisor Gallagher, and we appreciate this opportunity to state this publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janet Sayers. Janet, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam President and members of the council. And I'm here this afternoon to support R21208, the bill regarding Los Altos Park and a variety of changes to the plan. I specifically want to speak in support of having the sale of liquor by permit. I myself have probably been to Los Altos Park a zillion times over almost 50 years, but also I was involved with the competitive softball world for a long time, going to tournaments around the country at these softball complexes, they very successfully were able to dispense and sell liquor and have that be a part of the ambiance of the outdoor experience. So I do support that, the bill. I would also just like to add that my appreciation to the outgoing counselors, President Borrego, Counselor Sena, Counselor Gibson, and Counselor Harris. I know that you have given, if not hundreds, probably thousands of hours, and you've given up family time, private time, just a lot of things to serve our community. So I do thank you for that. I want to publicly say that Counselor Gibson has been a friend of the castle, a friend of Del Norte High School, and along with Counselor Bassan. But Counselor Gibson has been there for us for the last 8 years, and she's an official Del Norte Knight. And we do hope to continue working with the new counselor for District 7 and then Counselor Bassan. And also, I'm in charge of the career
Thank you, Janet.
at Del Norte, and I look forward to working with other speakers from the construction industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Gessing. Paul, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking. There you go. Now you're unmuted.
Now?
Yes, now we can.
Hi, my name is Paul Gessing. I'm president of the Rio Grande Foundation, a public policy research organization based here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm joining you to speak against the public labor agreement legislation. This law will raise the price of construction on public works in the city of Albuquerque if it's adopted. It's a giveaway to well-connected and very organized public employee labor unions. I should say not public employee, but labor unions, and it will raise the cost for taxpayers on these public works. It's particularly outrageous that this is happening in a lame duck council session with the bill that's been only introduced as of early November, I believe. This is something that should be, if done, taken up by the newly reconstituted council and not done after an election, which likely would result in members not supporting this kind of legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Reese. Diane, it looks like you're kind of on both Zoom and the phone, so there you are. Okay. Please, your time will begin once you start speaking. Hi, good evening, counselors. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I apologize for less than great audio visual. My name is Diane Reese, and I am the chair of the Central Group of the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club. We're a volunteer-led organization representing over 5,000 members in the Albuquerque area. And I'm here tonight representing the Central Group in enthusiastic support of Jana Pfeiffer for appointment to the Environmental Protection Planning Commission. We have spoken with Jana and reviewed her credentials, and we would like to offer her and submit to you in a letter, which I submitted yesterday, that she is a highly qualified and enthusiastic candidate who will bring some great new ideas and thoughts to the Environmental Planning Commission. She's a great supporter of the environment. She has had some strong experience with leadership positions and managing and complex land issues. We are asking you to please vote in support of putting Jana on the EPC. Thank you so much for your attention. Please read our complete letter and please vote yes for Jana Pfeiffer for the EPC. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara Taylor. Barbara, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking. Barbara, if you can go ahead and just unmute yourself. There you go.
Got it?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Yes, okay. Madam President, councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Barbara Taylor. For the record, I'm the former capital planner, former CIP official, and former parks director, and I'm a current member of the Open Space Advisory Board. I'm here today to request that O2179 and R21228 be referred to LUPS. With regard to O79, there are significant deficiencies that need to be addressed. To name a few, the amendment passed at FGO eliminates all capital improvements. Why not define appropriate capital improvements? The bill eliminates the trust fund, but there's no information as to how the money will be held, how expenditures would be introduced, examined, and approved. The bill is written, eviscerates the duties and responsibilities of the Open Space Advisory Board. It has been said that making the 2% set aside permanent is a better plan for land acquisition because it is being accomplished by ordinance and therefore the fund will be durable. This assertion is risible in light of the fact that O79 with no public involvement overturns Ordinance 1548 and significant portions of Ordinance 1613. With respect to R21228 that's being introduced tonight, it's a great thing that there's a plan for La Cuentista, but the Open Space Advisory Board hasn't seen this plan, and the general public should also have the opportunity to see what is being proposed. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Barbara. Madam President, looks like Councilor Benton may have a question or comment.
I did have a question for Ms. Taylor. And Ms. Taylor, you might want to angle your screen. There you go. Hello, now we see you. The question is, as an active member of the OSAB, the priority properties of the open space system, which we had discussion about it in committee and so forth, and questions were asked about, why shouldn't we just spend this quickly? But that question is somewhat separate. But I think the question I have is, of the properties that are on that priorities list, how many are under immediate development pressure?
Thank you very much for the question, Councilor Benton. I think that of all of the properties on the list, the one that may be under development pressure is Calabasas Pueblo 2, and that's because it's in the vicinity of strip mall, so that puts more pressure. But generally speaking, the properties that have been identified as our priorities are not under development pressure. I can go through them, but I think that's too tedious. We'll have a meeting tomorrow and we can do that.
I'm sorry, Madam President. And then, Madam President, and Ms. Taylor, so that discussion and that prioritization, of course, at least from the last amendment we did several years ago, that I recall, would ask the OSAB and the city committees that hear such bills to consider that as one of the primary determinants as to whether something is put on is elevated to offer for purchase, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Benton, that's absolutely right. There are very important, I don't want to in any way diminish this. There are very important properties on this list, including the North Geologic Window, which I think we've all wanted to obtain for many years. But it's a good example of the issues that we face because the North Geologic Window is in private ownership and the owner has never been willing to sell. I'm not even sure we can find the owner, whether he's in the country or out of the country. The northern sand dunes, for example, are not under development pressure. They're probably not developable at all. The Volcano Cliffs, Volcano Heights property belongs to the state of New Mexico, and multiple efforts have been made to trade, buy, whatever, and we haven't been able to come to a deal with the land office. So, as I said, I don't want to diminish this. These are very important properties that we really want to add to, the glory of our 30,000 acres of open space land. But they're not, with the possible exception of the Pueblo 2, under immediate development pressure.
Right, but I mean, ownership can change, ownership can transfer, people can make new plans, and then that would come into effect. But we have where something would change, for instance, with the example of the North Geologic Window, a huge area and culturally, as you say, culturally significant, with really only two landowners outside of the state. And that can change, and we have a system in place where if that does change, we're prepared to respond. And so I think this this is helpful for me to understand. I really wanted to know that, because there was a lot of discussion that, well, these things could get developed tomorrow unless we liquidate this fund and spend it on them.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Reed. Alan, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Oh, there it is. Sorry. Now I've got it. Thank you, Madam President, councilors. Good afternoon. I'll take a little different angle on the issues brought up by Barbara Taylor just now and Councilor Benton. I was one of the originators of the Open Space Program and the Open Space Trust Fund 45 years ago, and I've stayed involved as I can. Recently, I was a member of the Open Space Advisory Board for 6 years. And during that time in 2015, 2016, with Councilor Benton and Councilor Davis, particularly supporting the effort, we reformed and updated the open space process, the acquisition and the trust fund. And as the ordinances require now, the Open Space Advisory Board is responsible for maintaining the priority acquisitions list for the city, with, of course, the approval of the council at least once a year to take a look at that and approve it. And a matrix is used, which is based on a field assessment of the characteristics of a particular property. And that's the priority list that Councilor Benton and Barbara Taylor were just discussing. These are just parts of the complex system that the Open Space Trust Fund involves. And it would be really a serious mistake to adopt Councilor Harris's bill 079, because it has not had sufficient examination by the Open Space Advisory Board, by the administration. The Open Space Division
Thank you,
hasn't been
Alan.
asked
Your time
for
is up.
their opinion. So
Madam-
I urge that you proceed with referring 079 to the Open Space Advisory Board and to LUPS. Thank you.
And Madam President, if I may, thank you. Councilor Reed.
Yes.
And we're very deferential here. We like to point out when somebody was a city councilor. It doesn't matter how long ago it was.
Thank you.
but I must also say that I wanted to just say, just briefly, when you served on the city council and when you were involved in the early conception of the open space system and how long that took before it was even enacted. And then I also want to just I'll let you finish that. And then I want to thank you for also serving in the recent past on the OSEB. So thanks for that too.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Button. I served in the second council, which was elected in 1975. So that's, what are you, 22? The 22nd council, I believe. Anyway, it's been 45 years. And it was a 10-year-long process that began before I was elected to the council. There was a group called Save Our Sandias because of the development going up the face of the foothills. And I got involved to help with that and proceeded through the process of getting a lot of things done that established the open space program, such as getting the wilderness designated in the national forest on the mountain. We are, as far as I've been able to tell, the only city of any size, substantial size, that has wilderness on its doorstep. Then at the same time, the comprehensive planning process was going on, and the planners had written a report called the City Edges. I haven't seen it for a long time. I have a copy, but I would urge councilors who take an interest in the open space program and the opportunities for the future to look at that study, because that designated cultural and historically and environmentally and ecologically important aspects around the city that were not already captured by urbanization. And we've used that as a general guide to what we were doing. And in the later stages of my term, we wrote the language to establish a temporary grocery receipts tax, to establish a trust fund to stabilize financing permanently, we hoped, because we were experienced with the permanent fund of the state of New Mexico, and we didn't see why the city shouldn't have one, because this was clearly a historic demand that the city would have to deal with. And the year after my term ended, the following council, the third council, was able to get through the ordinances required to collect the money, put it into the trust fund, and a lot of other things. It's too complicated to go into now. But I would just say one more thing, Madam President, if I might, as a courtesy. I really, really appreciate that. As I've seen over these 45 years, new councils come in. Bless you all. You all have the best interest of Albuquerque at heart. You work hard. You don't get much, as I know, including in my council, you don't get much appreciation, certainly not equivalent to the effort you make. But I do think it would be very advisable for the future to have some orientation time, however you do it, in a joint retreat with the Open Space Board and administration, or with a consultant's report at the beginning of one of your sessions, to hear the overall open space program and its financing, because you're working often, in fact, for years, this has been the case, with very little information about a very complex system. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. I just want to say thank you, Councilor Reed. And in my case, thank you, Professor Reed. So much respect for you and the things that you've done and have accomplished in Albuquerque. We appreciate you very much.
It's been a pleasure all the way through.
Our next speaker is Kelly Harrell. Kelly, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking. Hi, I am Kelly Harrell, and thank you, counselors, for allowing me to speak with you today. For the record, I am showing up in support of Council Bill O-21-84, and I'm also co-leader of the Citizens for North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center. I am speaking today partly because
Well, I've lived in many places throughout the Southwest, throughout Texas and Colorado, and have spent some time over in Arizona. And this is my third time to live back in New Mexico. Went to high school, middle school here, and have family here for many decades now. And moved my family back here about 6 years ago. One of the things that really struck me when I came back, and it took me about 6 months to figure it out, was that the city has an identity of poverty and crime and homelessness. It doesn't have an innovative identity. The way that it thinks about itself, the way that it presents itself, the way that citizens talk, and I even hear it in city council and government, the way that we talk about ourselves is something that is stuck in a time warp, that's stuck in a yesteryear. And what I find is that the cities that are all around us are all moving on with innovative projects. They're addressing those community needs that need to be addressed, clearing the decks on that, and then moving on to things that are forward-thinking, innovating, and really carrying their cities into the future decades and where our nation is going. I believe that this bill that councilors Bassan and Pena have presented is the kind of bill that starts to address those particular types of community pressing desires and needs that we need to go ahead and just get funded so that we can clear the decks and the city can start moving on and moving into more innovative ways. I believe that that's why the stadium bond failed. We can't get to those really nice things until we address the types of things that the community is long desiring. So if the council's not able to pass this bill today,
time is
I
up.
hope that they will in the near future.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Sloan. Terry, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Can you see me? Sorry.
Mr. Sloan, go ahead.
My video wasn't coming up real quick. Good afternoon, Honorable City Albuquerque City Councilors. Hope this message finds you well, and thank you for all you do for our people. I am the director of my NGO, Southwest Native Cultures. I believe the city of Albuquerque needs representation of a Native Indigenous person on such a culturally significant and important commission as the Environmental Planning Commission. As you may or may not know, there are approximately 60,000 voting Native Indigenous American constituents representing over 400 tribes in Albuquerque. The city has been promoting diversity on our boards and commissions. Now is the time to start. Albuquerque is now an equitable and inclusive place to work, where it created the Office of Equity Inclusion. Let's show the country that that is who we are. Therefore, I support Mayor Keller's nomination and appointment of Ms. Jana Pfeiffer to the Albuquerque Environmental Planning Commission. Her background, work, and passion for such work make her an ideal candidate. She will do the necessary work and show up to get the job done. Respectfully, Ahia Kokwai, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Davis, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to ask Mr. Sloan, and thank you for joining us, and I'm glad you brought this up. I was going to wait until a little later, but it's a good time to do it now. I think you brought up an excellent point that we've heard from a lot of folks about increasing diversity and ensuring that we include our Indigenous people and their rights to our land, and they're in these conversations and for the EPC. But I'm curious if you've weighed in with the mayor or other councilors. This appointment's been open for more than a year. But there are 3 others that are coming up in just 3 more weeks. And I wonder if you have engaged with anyone or anyone in the mayor's office, since they seem to have contacted you about this, has spoken about maybe putting this on hold and opening and promoting all of those positions so that we can increase diversity, not just in one district on the west side, but perhaps across our city.
Yes, we are looking at all boards and commissions. In fact, there's a group called the Native Leadership of Albuquerque who is promoting
diversity from the Native Indigenous community in all the boards and commissions. So we are paying attention to what is coming about from the city at this level. So we are making sure that we are going to attempt to promote someone that could be able to do the work for the city. So we will be looking at those positions.
Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Sloan, I'm sorry. I think I stumbled a little bit in asking my question. I've heard of your group, and I'm glad to know that's working. I've also talked with NAVA and some other groups that I know are doing some of that work as well. I think my question was, would you and your group oppose us postponing this appointment so that we could promote all of the appointments on the EPC that are coming up in January in hopes of securing more than just one position from the Native American community? Would you be okay with that, or would you prefer us move forward tonight with this? And because I think there's some concern that if we just do this, that folks might say, oh, we checked that box and not have a public process.
I think the indigenous community, Native community will make sure that you're not just checking that box. They will let you know that there are others that will be probably looking at those positions. But I think getting a decision tonight would be great, because then you'll be setting precedents. It won't be just checking the box. I think it would be well intent. It would look great upon the city. And again, there's 60,000 Native Indigenous peoples in the city that are paying attention to this. And believe me, we all are aware of what is happening tonight.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cecilia Aranda. Cecilia, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Cecilia Aranda, and I would like to express my concern about beer at Los Altos Park. The park has been the location for too much alcohol and drug abuse. Families are intimidated, I know mine is, and don't feel comfortable there. The city should not allow alcohol or drugs to be brought into Los Altos, and any sales or consumption should at least be very, very carefully regulated and monitored. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cecilia. There is a Michael Reif. You have your hand raised. I don't have your name to speak for public comment. Did you sign up under a different name? I had a challenge finding a way to sign up around noon today and wasn't able to sign up specifically. So I've just raised my hand and hoped.
Mr. Moyer, I'll allow it, please.
Okay, Michael, you can join as panelist if you wanted to turn your video on, but otherwise you can go ahead and start your comments now. Okay, how about now? There you go. Now we can hear you. There we go. Sorry about that. Apologize, wrong camera. I'll go ahead and get started while I'm trying to get this to work. I want to talk about the public labor PLA piece. One part that I wanted to make sure I understood was that the bill seems to have been introduced on November 15th, which isn't 30 days. I'm not sure that that's a requirement, but I thought that it was. Also, time and time again, cost increases resulting from PLAs have been demonstrated. I've listed four resources in an email that I can provide to anyone. Measuring the cost of PLAs on school construction projects. They're very rarely disputable. They're typically clear that costs are increased between 10 and 20, even 30% on projects where PLAs are required. Let me get to another spot here. In county, these are commonly addressed as these challenges are factually disputed and increase costs. And yet city councils and county commissions ignore these costs that are borne by their constituents and put rules in place that benefit a minority percentage of the construction workforce. 8% in New Mexico is the
is the union construction workforce. It ends up leaving out 92% of the construction workforce in the state of New Mexico. I did mention earlier, I'm the executive director of the New Mexico Roofing Contractors Association. There was some questions from Isaac earlier about roofing. There are not roofing contractors that are union in the state of New Mexico. Let me see here. Also, PLAs that are joined by
Thank you, Michael.
employers.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we also have Local 1319. I see you have your hand raised. Did you sign up to speak?
Yeah, this is Rosendo Najar. I believe it was on this.
Okay,
The name of my Zoom is off.
got it. I will accept, go ahead and accept the promotion of panelists on your end, and then you can feel free to turn your video on, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Work now?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, City Council members, Madam Chair. My name is Rosendo Najar. I am the president of Carpenters Local 1319, and I'm here in support of the ordinance of the Community Workforce Agreement. And you know, previous comments about it raising the cost is just an uneducated comment. It does not raise the cost of any project. As you guys do know, our collective bargaining agreements do set the prevailing wage for the state. So therefore, it does not raise any type of cost at all to the projects. In fact, it's more about community investment. We want to make sure that when we are investing a certain amount of tax dollars, that we're guaranteeing that it's local hire. Yes, there is open shop contractors that do pay the prevailing wage, but have all of them go under the radar by previously stated statements because our Department of Wage Enforcement here does not do a good job at it. Community workforce agreements are going to ensure that we're investing our money back into the community in more ways than one. We have a high crime rate. We have a vast majority of our students who are not going to college. We need to supply jobs for them. You know, there's a high demand for trades and for trade workers in all of our city, and we need to provide these jobs for them. So, you know, investing back into the community, I don't think is something wrong to say or do. And saying, hey, when we build a construction project, we want to make sure there's a West Mesa graduate getting trained on there. We want to make sure there's an Albuquerque High graduate getting trained on there. That's what this community workforce agreement's about. It's investing back into the community, making sure that these projects are being built by people who live in the community and are getting paid good jobs, good wages, with benefits. You know, as a taxpayer, we're paying for that. We're paying for that project to be built and the workforce to have a pension, for the workers to have medical benefits. You know, ensuring that they're doing that on those projects, I think it is very great for the community. And I really appreciate you guys, you know, who will be in for this ordinance, which I think is a very, very great idea. It is something we need in this community dearly.
Thank you, Rosando. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, if I may, I wanted to ask Rosendo a
Councilor
question.
Benton, go ahead.
Rosendo, I mean, I know you can't speak for all of labor, but if this were to pass, and I hope it does, but if it were to pass, how is your local, just for instance, let's just talk about you. So instead of trying to speak for the entire labor movement, which is not easy to do, are you prepared to you know, to build the capacity, right? I mean, I think there has to be between yourselves and CNM and institutions like that to really get out there and build that capacity, because you know, I'm a former Big Brother in the Big Brothers Big Sister program, and I still am very close to my little, as we call them, and I'm the big, but not really that big, but he thinks so. Anyway, you know, that I want him to get into a union, but you know, sometimes, you know, over the years, you know, like, well, how do we really build that capacity with your locals? And I guess, you know, I guess I just wanted your thoughts on that if this were to pass, you know, are you, at least you, speaking for your own local, prepared to really get out there and beat the bushes and get young people like we're talking about into the unions and and into a trade.
No, definitely. This ties it to hand with a lot of the work that not only myself, but the other trades as well, you know, the IBW and the plumbers local are doing the outreach to the high schools as well. At the end of the day, it is about the community more than just the work or being union or non-union. It's about helping ourselves, regardless of where we stand on the side of the line. We're all raising our kids in this community. We are all dealing with the hardships that we deal with the lack of employment, the homelessness, the crime. And part of solving that problem is giving our youth another option coming out of high school, and offering that option or securing that when projects are being built in Albuquerque, where they're a high dollar amount, is making sure that they're being invested back into the community. This ties in greatly, right and direct, into what it is we're doing when it comes to the community outreach and when it comes to getting the trades workers, because there's a high demand in the trades right now, and there's a high dropout rate in the high schools. There's a high rate of people not going to college. So if we just try to solve both problems together, I think it's just being smart and using our tax dollars to the best value.
Thanks, Jacinda. Thanks, Madam President.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. And I just wanted to say that when I was running for office, and you may do this, Councillor, I visited with the carpenters and I was able to see their apprenticeship program. And I was very, very impressed with the whole setup. And, you know, they have a whole facility right on site that does train them right on site. So it was quite impressive. I think we have one other speaker, and is that right, Mr. Moya?
Yes, Madam President.
And then that's the end of our speakers this evening.
Our next speaker is Mark Strand. Mark, please feel free to unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce myself. I am Mark Strand. I am president of the Central New Mexico Labor Council, and I stand in strong support of this project labor agreement. I think it would help benefit everyone and join us all together as one. As you mentioned before, and as you asked, Ike, I've been a long-standing member of IBEW. I was able to raise my family solely off of my income as an IBEW and as an employee of PNM. I think it's great to be able to be a single, or not a single, but a sole income for your family, and to be able to have your wife be able to take care of your kids. I didn't force her, I gave her that option, which I thought was very important. I think it's critical nowadays that our kids have proper upbringing, whether in a facility or at their home with their family. And to be able to give my family that option was a great pleasure and a great honor of mine. I mean, it really meant a lot to me to just give that option to my wife. And that is one thing that the partnership between PNM and IBEW has brought into us. I think with more partnerships of this, it will grow greatly. And I stand in strong support of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers this evening and for taking the time to voice your opinions. With that was our last speaker. And I especially want to thank the unions for taking the time to come online and visit with us this evening and give us a perspective from their vantage point. So with that, counselors, we are going to move on to questions and answer from the administration. I guess I'm the only one who's got some questions for the administration because I didn't receive any other questions, but counselors, feel free after I'm done, if you do have something that you need to ask, feel free to raise your hand. So I am going to start with transit. At our last meeting, we were discussing the free fares, and one of the questions that came up was staffing for transit. And I guess I have with us this evening our transit interim director, Stephanie Dominguez. Ms. Dominguez, are you available?
Good afternoon, Madam President and councilors. I am available.
Thank you so much for being with us. So the question that I have Well, I have a couple of questions, but the first question that I have is with regard to staffing, because I know that you all were having some issues with bus drivers and recruitment. So I just wondered how that is proceeding.
Madam President and councilors, I would love to provide a brief overview. Mr. Moya, I do have a couple of slides to share. If you can please enable me to do that.
Madam President, Ms. Dominguez, you should be able to now.
Are you able to? There you go. Thank you.
Okay, Madam President and councilors, so just a brief overview of where we are. Recruiting for motor coach operators, that's our bus driver position. We currently have 47 full-time vacancies. We are working on an MOU with AFSCME 624 for 8 part-time positions. We're really hoping that that will, having part-time positions will help us recruit more drivers. Our current vacancy rate is 20%. That's for FTEs. That percentage was as high as 30% earlier this year in July. In September of this year, there was a new contract with AFSCME 624 that was approved. It did make some substantial changes to the pay structure for our drivers. They did get a pay raise, and now they can get step increases based on their years of service. So we're really hoping that that will help us retain and recruit new drivers. We also have a hiring incentive of up to $1,000 for new employees. We also have a finder's fee, just to help incentivize our current staff to recruit additional drivers. Our recruiting efforts continue to focus on social media. We have a multimedia marketing campaign going on, as well as hiring events. In conjunction with Central HR, we have the hiring bus, so that's generating some interest. Some of our challenges continue to be the competitive employment market and, of course, work hours. So we're continuously evaluating how we can recruit and retain drivers. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. There is a question from Councilor Harris. Councilor Harris?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, this is something I've been aware of for years. I mean, Councilor Sanchez and I think over 10 years ago, introduced a resolution about doing a study on how to retain bus drivers. And one of the things that was, I think we've corrected it, but I just want to find out if it's true, is that back at the time, it was over a decade ago, the drivers for solid waste were making more money than the bus drivers. And that was something that we just kind of found morally problematic, that we were paying our motor coach drivers less money to carry people than we were paying our solid waste drivers to carry trash. So I was wondering, has that been fixed yet?
Madam President and Councilor Harris, just for information, yes, we did in the last 2 contract negotiations now have put motor coach operators and our solid waste drivers on the same pay scale. And so it has really helped in retaining our motor coach operators, because I'm sure the conversations you had some time ago with then Councilor Sanchez was that transit was the training ground, and then eventually everybody would just migrate over to solid waste. Well, in fact, now they are both on the same pay scale. So we're not seeing that issue occur like we had in the past.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Real. And someday I think I'd like even for motor coach operators to be paid more. I think it sent the wrong message when our motor coach operators are being paid less than solid waste drivers. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank
and
you,
good luck
Councilor
recruiting
Harris.
bus drivers. We need them.
Looks like we have a question from Councilor Gibson. Councilor Gibson?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So,
Councilor Gibson, is there any way to turn your microphone up a little bit? We can barely hear you.
Sure, I'll bet there is. Actually, my microphone is at full
Okay, if you could just speak up just a little bit.
Okay, so Director, my question is about the shifts that the bus drivers work. Is it? I think this is true, but I'm asking about it because I'm not certain, and it's about whether or not there's split shifts. Do we have several routes or several people who need to work split shifts? And if so, do you see that as an issue in hiring people as motor coach operators?
Madam President, Councilor Gibson, we do have split shifts. So some people enjoy the split shifts and some people do not. It is important to note we do go through a bidding process based on seniority. So each of our employees actually bid on the routes and the schedules that they have.
So again, though, do you see that as a potentially a problem or an issue that would stop people from trying to become a motor coach operator?
So, Madam President, Councilor Gibson, we have gotten some feedback that some people don't like it, but they typically, the next bid, they'll choose a different schedule. So we see a mix. So we do see some people that like it because it allows them to maybe drop their kids off and pick them up. So there's certain people like it and certain people don't, but we're always, reevaluating our route schedules, how individuals bid on them, how to just make it more appealing to recruit those drivers.
Right. And I understand that. I'm talking about hiring people. Do you see that as a problem, and maybe a fixable problem in bringing people in?
So, Madam President, Councilor Gibson, we haven't received a lot of feedback from our new employees with complaints about the split shift. It's usually those the later shifts that we hear concerns about for our new recruits. But, if anybody does have that concern, we're always happy to take a look at that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson. So, Ms. Dominguez, I'm glad to see that there has been some shift in your numbers, because I was very concerned when I saw that 30%, and it looks like you guys are going in the right direction. So I'm glad to hear that. I had a question about two of my transit stations that have been fully funded and have been designed for quite a while, and the start dates have seemed to keep getting pushed back quite a bit. So I'm just wondering, Eagle Ranch and Coors and Golf Course and Ellison, and you don't have to answer tonight if you don't want to. You can call me, but I am concerned about both of these sites because the funding has been in place for quite a while, and I keep getting pushback on construction dates. So I'd like to know that at least there's some movement on those.
Madam President, that has been brought to my attention, so I'll be happy to follow up with you and make sure that we make these a priority to complete.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we will move on to my next question, which is for Department of Municipal Development, which is also a delay on a landscape project. And I think I have with me Mr. Montoya. Director Montoya, are you there?
Madam President, I'm here.
Thank you. Another delay, Director Montoya, on Irving Median Landscape Project. I was just wondering, because I know that that's also designed and fully funded. So I just want to know, and for my constituents that are listening out in District 5 land, I want them to know that these projects are in the queue and that we are looking to move those forward. So did you have any comment regarding that?
Madam President, just the latest update for you. So 5 certificates were required from the DOT for the state of New Mexico. We have received one of those. We anticipate having the last 4 certificates awarded the end of this year or early January. As you know, that project has been fully designed and ready to go. It's shovel ready. We anticipate actually breaking ground right around March the 1st. And we will start at the eastern edge of that project moving west. So that project is ready to go. We just need that last certification, those last certifications from the state.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. I appreciate that. I hope that my successor will invite me to this and some of these transit groundbreakings, because as I mentioned, these are the design is completed and they're all three fully funded. So I look forward to seeing that in the future. Okay, with that, any other questions from any counselors? I don't see any other counselors' hands up. So with that, we will move on to our journal, which is item number 6 for the public. Counselor Gibson.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move approval of the November 15th journal.
Thank you. I'll second that, Counselor. There's also a second from Counselor Sena. Are there any questions? If not, Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Bassan. Yes. Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson. Counselor
Yes.
Gibson. Thank you.
Sorry.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Harris. Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Counselors, that passes on an 8-0 vote with Counselor Harris being excused. We will move on then to item number 7, which is communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? Counselor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R223 on tonight's agenda for action. R223 is amending the official list of city council meetings from January 2022 through December 2022.
Counselor Benton, you have a second from Counselor Davis. I believe that's a second, Counselor Davis. And I will remind counselors that regarding this item, we need 2/3 of our counselors present to vote in favor. So I will move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Bassan. No. Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
No.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sena.
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Motion fails on a 4-5 vote.
Thank you, counselors. That motion fails, so we will move on to our next item, Counselor Pena.
Thank you, Madam President. Trying to get my mouse to work. So I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R224 on tonight's agenda for action. R224 is adjusting fiscal year 2021 appropriations for certain funds and programs to provide for actual expenditures and adjusting fiscal year 2022 operating appropriations.
Thank you, Counselor Pena. Counselor Sena has seconded that. And I will remind counselors again, we need 2/3 of our counselors present this evening regarding this vote in order for it to pass. So if there are no questions, then I will move to Ms. Ortega for a vote.
Counselor Bassan. Yes. Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, counselors. That item passes on a 9-0 vote. Counselor Sena, we will move to the next item, which is yours as well.
I won't be moving that, Madam President.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry, Counselor. Yes, I got that message earlier. So we will suspend with that particular item, and I will go back to Counselor Gibson. Counselor Gibson.
I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Thank you, Counselor. And you have a second from Counselor Sena. Ms. Ortega for the
Madam
vote.
Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have a proposed amendment to the letter of introduction.
You can move your amendment.
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, on the matter of R21-228, This is the City of Albuquerque expresses appreciation with regard to La Cuentista open space. Again, as described by the members of the OSAB who spoke to, or the member and others who have communicated with us with regard to this from the Open Space Advisory Board. This is, again, another open space bill that's being proposed to be heard before the end of this council. Regardless of that, whether it's the end or not, this type of change to the open space system rightly should go to two committees. The FGO, because it includes fiscal matters with regard to the open space fund, and to LUPS, because it has to do with open space. And so both of those committees have, as part of their charge, to discuss this sort of matter, not to mention that we would want to have reports from the OSAB provided at each of those committees. So I move that this item be removed, or not be removed, but that the referral be changed to, instead of being heard at the council meeting on the 20th, to be referred to those two committees.
Counselor, so you have made an amendment that that particular bill be referred to two committees rather than be heard on the 20th. And I just would remind you and remind the counselors that the funding for this is actually not a matter of our general fund. It actually is coming out of our set aside. So, you know, I just want to remind counselors about that. But we have a second from Counselor Davis, and with that, we'll go to a vote and see where it goes.
Madam President.
Counselor Bassan?
Madam Chair, before you, and I also would like to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Counselor Benton, if it's all right with Madam President.
Yeah, regardless of the committees or the funding source, with regard to this 40-year-old fund, here's another last minute amendment. And, you know, regardless of that funding source, it should at the very least go to the OSAB, and then with a recommendation to the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee. Thank you.
Counselor Bassan?
I just wanted to clarify, Madam President, and it's fine, obviously, however you decide, but I think that we had a motion to approve the letter and there was a second.
We did, and I looked at our attorney, and he said that it was appropriate to allow the amendment. So I'm going to ask him to comment on that, because you're correct. That motion came before the proposed amendment.
Madam President, councilors, so it's not uncommon to amend the letter of introduction in order to begin the discussion on the letter. It does require a motion and a second, just as on any bill and with any other item on the agenda, it can be amended. So before the final vote, amendment proposals are appropriate for consideration, and they do take precedent over the final motion.
Okay, councilors, well, with that advice, then we will move on to a vote on the amendment. And then we will go back to the original letter of introduction.
Madam President.
Councilor Bassan.
Just can you please remind us which one it is, Councilor Benton? We're amending to put this on the letter, or to remove it from the letter, the number.
Yeah, my motion was to, instead of a holdover, that this go to committee.
What is that?
R228. So with that, councilors, we will go to the amendment. Ms. Ortega?
And just to clarify, Councilor Benton, this is a motion for R228 to refer it to finance and LUPS instead of it being a holdover. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And can I just remind councilors that LUPS is canceled this month? and both counselors will be off the council by January.
Shall I proceed, Madam President?
Okay.
Thank you. Counselor Bassan, No. Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
No.
Counselor Sena,
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Motion fails on a 4-5 vote.
Thank you, counselors. That amendment fails. So with that, we will move to the letter of introduction. And we have a motion and a second. And Ms. Ortega for the vote, please.
Counselor Bassan, Yes. Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena, Counselor Pena.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, counselors. So with that, we will move on to item number 8 for the public's knowledge. This is reports of committees. Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, November 22nd, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC 466, 467, and 468, that they be approved. In the matter of R 210, that it do pass. In the matter of O 76, that it do pass as amended. In the matter of O 79, that it be without recommendation as amended. I make a motion to accept the committee report.
Second.
I'm muted. Thank you, Counselor Bassan. You have a second from Counselor Sena. Any questions? If not, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan. Yes. Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, counselors. That passes on a 9-0 vote. We will move on to deferrals and withdrawals. Counselors, do we have any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? And I don't see any hands in the queue, counselors. So we will move on to our consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? Before we go into this item, counselors, I just want to read some information into the record. For the individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board or commission and who may be watching from home, we want to thank you for your willingness to serve our city. Counselor Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you. I'll second that. And you also have a second from Counselor Sena. Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Bassan. Yes. Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton. Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on approval of the consent agenda.
Don't you just love these little mute and unmute? It should be sort of automatic. I think maybe somebody should invent that. I am going to move on to announcements. Counselor Bassan, looking lovely this evening.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, December 13th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference. And there will be an Albuquerque Bernalillo County Government Commission meeting on Thursday, December 16th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan, and Counselor Sena, looking just as lovely.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a Public Safety Committee meeting on Tuesday, December 14th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. Counselor Jones?
Thank you, Madam President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting scheduled for Wednesday, December 15th is canceled.
Thank you, Counselor Jones. Counselors, we will move on to our public hearing. This evening, we have on our public hearing agenda AC-21-14. William Harkin appeals the zoning hearing examiner's decision. And we have Ms. Caladone to explain this appeal.
Thank you, Madam President. The issue in this appeal is whether a wall permit major and a height variance should be granted for a 5-foot tall block wall located in the front yard of the home of the applicant, Rachel Marie Salas. The zoning hearing examiner determined that the wall should be approved on both grounds. The appellant, William Harkin, a next door neighbor, appeals the decision of the ZHE, arguing that the wall permit major should be denied because the ZHE's factual conclusions supporting his decision were based on inaccurate evidence in the record. The council referred this appeal to its land use hearing officer, who recommends that the city council grant the appeal, reverse the ZHE's decision, deny the wall permit major, and void the height variance as inapplicable. For background, the applicant applied to the ZHE for a wall permit major for an existing 5-foot tall block wall that she constructed in the front yard of her home. The residential lot and surrounding lots are zoned R1C, and under the IDO, a front yard wall taller than 3 feet must obtain a wall permit major. At the first ZHE hearing, the ZHE noted that the wall permit major application would only allow 3 feet of solid block wall with 2 additional feet on top of view fencing, something like wrought iron or something with some see-through visibility. The applicant wanted to keep the existing wall as she had constructed it, 5 feet of solid block. So the ZHE deferred decision on the wall permit major and advised the applicant to apply for a variance. Planning staff then provided the applicant with a parcel map and instructions to satisfy the wall permit major requirements. To get the wall permit major, the IDO requires that within 330 feet of the applicant's lot on which the wall is constructed, at least 20% of the lots in that area must also have front yard walls or fences taller than 3 feet in height. The applicant then submitted 4 photographs that she claimed depicted qualifying front yard walls in that area, and she also submitted a separate application for a variance. At the second ZHE hearing, the ZHE granted both applications, the wall permit major and the height variance. With respect to the wall permit major, and at the crux of this appeal, the ZHE found that based on the 4 photographs submitted, at least 20% of the properties within 330 feet have a wall or fence over 3 feet in the front yard area in satisfaction of the IDO requirements. However, the appellant argues that the ZHE erred by basing the wall permit major findings on erroneous evidence submitted by the applicant. Specifically, the 4 photographs submitted by the applicant purporting to depict front yard walls within 330 feet from her property. The appellant claims that the 4 properties depicted in the photographs are not located within 330 feet from the applicant's lot. And to support this argument, the appellant located the homes in the photos and submitted a map of their locations. At the Lujo hearing, the applicant did not dispute or challenge the evidence submitted by the appellant. She also did not submit any additional photos to correct the inaccurate photos, and she admitted that there are no walls within the area required, so she didn't know what else to submit with her application but the 4 incorrect photos. The Lujo determined that because the wall permit major application was based on inaccurate evidence, and because there's essentially no evidence in the record to support a finding that the applicant qualifies for the wall permit major, the ZHE erred in approving the application and it should have been denied. As to the height variance piece, the Lujo found that this concurrent application was unnecessary and inapplicable in this case. The wall permit major was the only correct process to follow here because it is specifically designed for the type of front yard wall request here.
The LUHO concluded that because the IDO contains a specific process to deal with a request for a taller wall, the wall permit major, the general variance test was inapplicable and improper to utilize. Instead, the test specifically designed for the request should have been used alone. And accordingly, the LUHO recommends that the ZHE's decision approving the height variance should be voided as inapplicable.
Okay, we do have a couple of questions from counselors, so if you'll be prepared to respond, Counselor Jones and then Counselor Harris.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, I would like to make a motion to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second by Counselor Benton. I will go back to Counselor Harris. I believe he has a question.
Yes, and I was also going to second that. I just want to clarify that normally the ZHE doesn't get flipped by the LUHO, but it sounds like, if I understand it, that the applicant before the ZHE actually presented false evidence, and inaccuracy or falsity of that evidence actually got uncovered at before the ZHE. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I would like to clarify that there is nothing in the record indicating that the applicant acted in bad faith or was attempting to mislead. It appears that there was some confusion over the application requirements, in part due to instructions that were provided to the applicant by planning staff.
Okay, so false, I mean, I guess the word false, I just meant it incorrect or inaccurate or wrong. I guess it can also indicate or have a connotation of dishonesty. I didn't mean that. But okay, I just wanted to clarify that, and I'll also be voting for Councilor Jones' motion.
Thank you, Counselor Harris. Are there any other questions of counselors? I don't see any. So with that, we will move back to Counselor Jones and Counselor Benton with your recommendation for a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Madam President, if I may, I urge your support.
Thank you.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Pena. Counselor Sena.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Got you. Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. And Ms. Ortega, would you just read that option back that we voted on?
Sure. It was a motion by Counselor Jones to accept the LUHO findings and recommendation, and Counselor Benton seconded the motion.
Thank you so much, just for clarification. Okay, counselors, we will move on to our approvals. Counselor Sena, EC 460.
Thank you, Madam President. EC 460 is the mayor's appointment of Mrs. Jana Lynn Pfeiffer to the Environmental Planning Commission. I move confirmation.
Thank you, and I'll second that, Counselor. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to actually also read this into the record. I believe it's an important governmental document that was sent by the All Pueblo Council of Governors. So please bear with me as I read this letter. On behalf of the All Pueblo Council of Governors, thank you for your thoughtful consideration to advance Jana Pfeiffer, a citizen of Navajo Nation, as your nominee for District 1 to the Environmental Planning Commission. Her work and advocacy are well known and appreciated by tribal leaders. Your nominee will add balance to the Environmental Planning Commission, often dominated by special interests represented by those with vested interest in housing, business, and real estate development. Given the well-known and documented interests of the Pueblos on the west side because of the long-standing continued use of these Aboriginal lands with the abundance of cultural resources and sacred sites, we appreciate a seat at the table in any planning process for our input to protect these areas of significant cultural value. Beyond the process, we reserve the right to exert our inherent sovereign powers and rights as governments to engage on a government-to-government basis when necessary. The role of the Environmental Planning Commission in facilitating decision-making to carry out land development with consideration given to the natural environment, social, cultural, political, economic, and governance must be centered on a holistic framework to achieve balanced and sustainable outcomes. At the heart of the planning process must be respecting the natural environment and the presence of significant cultural elements of the land. Careful, thoughtful, and balanced outcome as a matter of principle must be a fundamental consideration in the planning process that yields a win-win for society and the environment, sustaining use for all future generations. That can only be possible if there is the intentionality of inclusiveness on the commission. Therefore, having a Native American with a lived experience will bring invaluable knowledge and experience into the process. Few, if anyone, on the commission has or would have such expertise required. It is of paramount importance for the City Council to take appropriate action to seat Ms. Jana Pfeiffer on the Environmental Planning Commission. Such action will fulfill the articulated vision to come together to work in a spirit of unity and community. It has been stated that we live in a unique metropolitan surrounded by the surviving indigenous Pueblo nations. That uniqueness defines and epitomizes the spirit of the land enchantment. At the center of the uniqueness, long before there was an Albuquerque, long before there was a state of New Mexico, and long before there was the United States of America, are the indigenous people. Cultural resources and sacred sites abound within and on all sides of Albuquerque. Protecting and preserving these areas must be our collective obligation and responsibility. Working in a spirit of cooperation is our utmost desire, and it can happen by being inclusive. Respectfully, David M. Toledo, Secretary. I wanted to be sure to read that into the record, as it is an official government document that was sent by the All Pueblo Council of Governors.
Thank you, Councilor Sena. With that, I'm going to move to the administration for any comments that they may have.
Support the
We urge your
nomination.
support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nair, our CAO. I see Councilor Sena, is your hand still up? Or are you going to be asking another question or making a comment?
Well, I know that Ms. Jana Pfeiffer is in attendance today, so I wanted to be sure to just give her 2 minutes of time to really make a statement before the council in urging your support for her nomination.
Thank you. I would love to hear that. Mr. Moya, can you include her, please?
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair, President, and Albuquerque City Councilors. I just want to say, first of all, thank you for your time and energy in overseeing my nomination hearing. I'm truly grateful for this nomination and appointment from the City of Albuquerque Councilor Len Sena and Mayor Tim Keller as well. This appointment to the Environmental Planning Commission is fully supported by the Native American community here in Albuquerque. I've sought out, and other Native organizations came to me in support as well. And through that, I just want to note that I have the full backing and support with our Native American community, urban and tribal nations as well. In this role and responsibility, I will definitely provide responsible, thoughtful development when it comes to zoning for the City of Albuquerque District 1. It is important to represent all parties, such as the residents, the neighborhood, businesses, developers, and tribal nations when it comes to new development, while at the same time adhering to the city ordinances and the regulations. I have seen a lot of development since moving here to the City of Albuquerque in 2008. I believe a new development can be achieved and balanced by a smart and thoughtful decision-making process for the health and well-being of our people. As an active member of Albuquerque, I'm excited and passionate to see what the future may hold. While expansion and growth is inevitable for any city in the United States and our tribal nations, it can be achieved by a smart and balanced growth. Again, thank you for this nomination hearing, and to City Councilor Len Sena and the Mayor's Tim Keller's office as well.
Thank you, Ms. Pfeiffer, for being with us this evening and for stepping up. It looks like there's a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if they're directed at you or if they're general questions. Counselor Jones? So
Thank you,
please
Madam
hold on.
President. This isn't really a question, but I want to say, Ms. Pfeiffer, thank you so much for being willing to serve. It's exciting to have someone new on the board, but I also want to remind you that the duties of the EPC are to uphold and follow the zoning, the building standards, and the requirements set forth by a vote of the City Council. That the EPC doesn't actually have the charge of changing our development plans and the way we do things. But I believe that your thoughtfulness and your experience and your personal opinions will be very much appreciated. And thank you for being willing to serve.
Thank you, Counselor Jones. Counselor Sena?
Thank you for that, Madam President. I also just, I thank you, Ms. Pfeiffer, for coming on today and your willingness to serve as stated by the council. I also wanted to just recognize that the program manager for the Indigenous Design and Planning Institute also sent in a letter of recommendation in support of this nomination. I know that what was addressed at public comment, just to state, why is it that I had this vacancy open for so long? So I want to make sure that I clarify that. Oftentimes that when we put forward standards of diversifying our boards and commissions, we do that and we ask around as to who knows who. But for Ms. Pfeiffer, it was really, it took over a year to actually find the right person that had the balance and real background knowledge to be centered and evaluating what would be necessary to serve on the EPC. And so I just want to make sure that that's put in the record as to why it took so long is because I actively went into community and searched for her, not just within the School of Architecture, for those in the planning realm, asking around to see who could really put forward this a great name to serve on this board. And without a doubt, Ms. Pfeiffer's name came up. So I wanted to just clarify as to why and how long it took, because for me, it's not just this individual statement, or it's not just checking boxes. It's actually finding someone that has a great lived experience, that has the knowledge, know-how, and wealth of technicality, knowledge, and really someone that would be as special as Ms. Pfeiffer will be this first Indigenous person to serve on this committee, on this commission, the only woman also to serve on this commission as well. And so for that, it's why I searched beyond District 1 and went throughout the School of Planning, of Design, as well as reaching out to folks within our planning community to make sure that we could find someone like Ms. Pfeiffer. And so it took a long time, but it was well worth it. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. I don't think you have to apologize for taking the time to be diligent and to find somebody with integrity. It took me probably 6 to 8 months before I did find someone for my district. I had people that were very interested, but some didn't meet the qualifications, some weren't able to commit the time, and a couple of them stepped up and then said that they couldn't commit because of the time commitment. So I appreciate that you took that time. I think it was a good thing. So with that, Counselor, is that your close?
That would be my close. I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis. Counselor Davis. Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes, congratulations.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you, counselors. Passes on an 8-0 vote with one of our counselors not not being available, I guess.
Madam President, I'm sorry, I think we just missed each other. My vote was a yes, if you'd ask the clerk to record the vote.
Okay, so Ms. Ortega, did you get that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So
Motion passes.
that passes on a 9-0 vote, counselors. Counselor Benton, did you have a comment?
No, I did not.
No? Okay. Very well, counselors. We will move on to item number 14, final actions. And counselors, I'm just going to tell you that I'm going to move a couple of things around on our agenda. I am going to begin with item B, which is item 084, and I will move to item A, which is 080, and I will move to item R 208. So with that, Counselor Bassan and Counselor Pena, 084.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam President. 084 is authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque, New Mexico tax improvement revenue bonds in one or more series in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $110 million to finance the cost of designing, developing, constructing, reconstructing, rehabilitating, renovating, modernizing, signing, enhancing, and otherwise improving certain capital improvements. I move it to pass.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan. Do I have a second? Counselor Sena. Looks like I have a second from Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. And there is a floor sub that needs to be moved as well.
Counselor Counselor Bassan, would you like to move that floor sub?
Yes, I would. I would like to move that floor sub, please. And if I can get a second, I will ask if.
I'll second that floor sub, Counselor.
Thank you. And then if I can have Mr. Muirhead come on and explain the difference, please.
Mr. Muirhead, are you available?
Yes, Madam President, Councilor Bassan, thank you. This one is actually very straightforward. All I did this morning was realize there were probably 4 or 5 blanks that needed to be filled in with the ordinance number. So just so that the ordinance didn't have blanks in it, I have filled in the ordinance numbers in those places. Substantively is exactly the same thing. 99+% is unchanged.
Thank you, Mr. Muirhead. That was a very simple explanation. We appreciate that.
Yep.
Yes, we will. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have questions?
Madam President, I definitely want to continue, obviously, the conversation before, but if there are no questions, I'd at least like to.
Would you like to go to the administration?
No, ma'am. I would like to urge your support on the floor sub first, and then we can go ahead and move forward with the bill as amended if approved with that.
And I will.
Substituted.
I will go to Ms. Ortega, and it appears that we need 7 votes for the passage of those floor sub.
Madam President, for passage of the floor sub, we need a simple majority. We need 7 votes on the final bill as substituted.
Okay.
Okay, so for this vote that I'm taking, we need 5. Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Counselor Gibson?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sena?
Yes.
Counselor Borrego?
Yes.
9-0 on the floor sub.
Thank you, counselors. The floor sub passes on a 9-0, so we will go back to 084 as substituted. Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I think that it's worthwhile to make sure to start at the beginning, so to speak, that this started when we learned about the stadium bonds. This started when we were asked what to do and if we wanted to put the $50 million to the voters for whether or not we wanted to contribute to that. And at which point I said, how can I maybe figure out a way to get some funding for the North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center, which evolved into learning more about the gross receipts tax bond revenues and the refinancing. So it turned into, what else can we do to help the city of Albuquerque, the full city? And so with conversations and researching which projects still needed to be completed, similar to the Aquatic Center, I found out that we had, we had a great potential to reach some consensus and avenue with that. I wanted to wait to propose anything until after we found out what happened with the stadium question. because it didn't make sense to come to the council and say, okay, well, we have 20 million or 40 million or whatever that may be, until we knew what we were doing with the first portion. So when that failed, we knew what we were working with, and I wanted to make sure to go to the council. I did have conversations with those who would speak to me. I did reach out. I did try to find consensus and find compromise on how to do one of three things, if not more. One of those three things is completing projects that exist, that have been vetted, that have been partially funded, that are existing right now, or making sure that they fall under the umbrella of crime and reducing it, or making sure that they fall under the umbrella of reducing homelessness. So if it didn't fall into one of those three categories, or more than one of those three categories, it didn't make the list. There's one exception on here. I'll give it all to you, okay? I'll give it all to you. You can take that 2 million, we can amend it out, we can all agree on that probably, but it's a matter of compromise. So this is about helping Albuquerque. People have expressed that crime is out of control. We know it, we talk about it every time we meet. Homelessness is a top problem that we have. So what can we do to finish stuff around the city? What can we do to make sure to do everything possible? So right now we have the potential to utilize our own funding in the city of Albuquerque without relying on state capital outlay, without relying on the federal government, being responsible for ourselves. And I think that that's a miraculous and wonderful opportunity that we have without raising taxes for the tax-paying citizens of Albuquerque. But now we can say we're doing something to show for it finally. So that's the beginning of it. I want to talk, I want to have conversations. I want to come to a compromise on this. I want to find a way that we can pass this, because I think that it really is intended to help our city. Every district stands to benefit from this. Every single district, some more than others. And my district in District 4 is not going to be set to get the most out of this bill. So this was not a money grab for District 4. This was not the mayor's idea. I want to claim it with Councilor Pena. We worked very long and hard on it. And I think that that's very important to recognize. So I'm happy to answer questions. I would like to have a conversation about this now. I hope that you are not just a solid one way or the other on this, and that we can find a middle ground. So with that, Councilor Pena, if you have something to add, I'm sure I'll have more to say, but at the same time, I would like to have a discussion, please.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Pena?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I just want to say, Councilor Bassan, usually, and I said this at the press conference, is typically when this bill comes down, it comes down from the mayor's office. And, you actually are the driver of this, and then later in the process worked with the mayor's office. So I'm glad you cleared that up. And, I just want to say that when you're looking at these projects and some of the projects that are in there, it's my understanding that, Councilor Bassan reached out to everyone who would talk to her, and she got feedback and input from folks. And I really thought that the bill was, that the bill that she's drafted was really fair to all the council districts. Me, in District 3, usually it's interesting how, some of the concerns that have been discussed is on District 3 in particular, and the West Side overall. We're still kind of behind the 8 ball in terms of the amount of projects. Some of the councilors who have voiced their concern about this bill stand to gain more than in District 3. So as Councilor Bassan was stating, I just hope that we can really find a way to come to some middle ground in terms of being able to make sure that this passes. And it's not for the reasons of what's in the bill or who's or when or lame duck or any of that stuff. It's really because when we talked about this, it's important because we have an historic lows in terms of the interest rate that we are seeing right now. Will that continue to be? I'm not sure. So as it was described, for every point of interest or quarter point, and I think the staff, I'll let them all describe that, it will be $2 million less that we'll be receiving in terms of the interest. And then when you look at the cost of construction and the rise in the cost of construction over the next year and beyond, that too will have a tremendous impact on the amount of money we'll be able to spend for projects. So what we may be able to spend now in terms of $110 million with the cost of construction, it may be substantially less into the future. So I'll stop for now and let the staff better answer some of these questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking to see if there are other counselors that would like to speak. Counselor Bassan.
Madam President, I wouldn't mind hearing from the administration their thoughts on these projects and how it may or may not benefit Albuquerque, please.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan. I'll move to the administration.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Councilor Bassan and members of the council. As I think the Councilor Bassan clearly stated, this process began with a conversation that was occurring simultaneously to some extent, in that we had realized that we had an opportunity to refinance and get additional dollars available for capital projects. As you all aware, the one project that we brought to the council early on was the funding for the United Soccer Stadium or multi-purpose facility that basically began to trigger the conversations of whether or not there was additional capacity to do other community projects. The councilors, Councilor Bassan in particular and others, got together and started looking at opportunities to invest in additional city projects that they really were short of funding. And I think that was really the main idea behind, as we understood it, their concerns, is that we have many city projects that aren't completely funded. They could use additional funding to make them come to fruition. And as things proceeded, obviously the election did not basically created an opportunity to have additional revenues from the $50 million that had been set aside for the multi-use soccer stadium. And so that grew into the projects that are basically a part of this bill. Look, many of those projects are projects that have been on the books for some time that do not have enough funding to complete. And the idea here was to try and get as many of those done as possible with a real eye towards investing in the community. I would also say that as a result of some conversations, the funding available for housing was certainly an important piece of the conversation that we heard after the defeat of the bonds for the soccer and the multi-purpose facility, was that housing was an important component that the citizens talked about throughout the course of the campaign. And then, of course, looking at all of the projects that are on that list are all projects that are in many of your districts. We weighed in on some of the public safety funding because we knew that some of those funding for those particular projects was crucial for helping the police department and the community have the facilities and what they need to continue to do a good job. Obviously, the housing portion of it and helping with the homeless issue that's a part of our community. But then looking at the other projects that are on that list, like the pool area in the North Domingo Baca area and some of the other projects that are included, all seem to send a message that we're investing in Albuquerque, we're investing in ourselves, and that there's some opportunity here to really move the city forward. And so we supported the proposed bill, and we're happy to have any conversations about any of the projects as you would see fit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Royale. Are there any questions of Mr. Royale? Councilor Benton.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Rowell, I'll ask about one of the projects. What is the shade canopy over the city plaza? I've never heard of that before.
Madam President and Councilor Benton, as you and others who attend many of our community events, in particular the Civics Plaza events, such as our Summerfests, the issue with the shade over the stage and the area that is utilized for a lot of our public events is such that it just does not completely, the current shade, if you will, does not completely cover all of that facility. And as a result, depending on where you are on that, underneath that canopy, it can be extremely hot during the summer. And we experienced that on various events throughout the course of the year. This was an opportunity to look at how we could really provide some shade structure to that facility so that the facility can be utilized by the community. And it really is the city's park. It's not just the park in your district, although you represent that area, but it's the city's park. And it seemed like a very good investment to continue to have more use of the facility as we go forward. So it really is designed to put additional shade, if you will, over the canopy that now is up above the stage in the area there on the north end of the park.
Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Rowell, I appreciate the discussion. This is something that's been discussed for at least longer than my time on the council, and the limitations of the plaza as to its ability to support structures and things and trees and things that might alleviate the conditions there. But I found it an interesting addition to the list. This is the problem. I remember when we had a disagreement between this administration and myself and Councilor Sanchez and others who squeaked by in prevailing over the objections of councilors, other councilors, that we spend quite a big nut of money on a storm drainage facility for downtown. And the narrative from some of these other councilors, and I won't name them, but they're here tonight, was that, it's astounding the amount of money that's being spent on the center city or in District 2 specifically. And this is the whole problem with this discussion. We have a very nice even split. And first of all, before I start ranting about this, because I feel strongly about it, I want to thank Councilor Bassan for reaching out to me, and we did discuss this, and I did say what I'm going to say right now. And that's that many of these projects were, as you stated, Mr. Rael, they have been in development, and I support many of them. The ones that have been in development, I do not necessarily support the ones that have not. I think we ought to be looking at projects. If in this type of a bill, we really should be looking at projects that are at least 30% designed, and there's been a professional estimate. I would challenge how many of these projects really have that. But setting that aside, here's the real problem. Folks are talking about how we need homelessness is a concern of the general public. Well, believe me, it's been a concern of me and my constituents for 16 years. We were the epicenter of homelessness, and now it's spreading all over town, and now everyone else is interested in it. Here's the problem with this bill. These are operating funds. These are operating dollars, potentially. 5.7 million, I believe that's the number. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. I think it's moved around a little bit. But $5.7 million would pay for between 400 and 570 annual recurring housing vouchers. I'm not talking about building something or buying something or what it costs to fix something up for housing. I'm talking about the annual need of people, whether there are nonprofit partners or ourselves. I would hope it would be the former, to operate affordable housing. That means vouchers, housing vouchers. This council stood up for housing vouchers a couple of years ago and made a good, honest attempt to add to them, but it was short term. It was limited. These $5.7 million is something we ought to be talking about for operations. What about, and speaking of operations, what about the operating and maintenance costs of $110 million worth of stuff? And it all may be good stuff, maybe every single thing on it. But what's the operating and maintenance costs about that? We discussed that of capital projects coming online in our operating budget every year. And so I think this is taking the wrong approach. I think right now we are looking at, someone spoke about capital outlay and that we should not rely on that. I think we should rely on that very strongly this year and for the next couple of years, as long as the oil and gas money is coming in, we have opportunities for capital outlay. Furthermore, the federal government is doing that. The federal likelihood is going to be that we're going to have federal capital dollars for housing and other needs. But what we don't have is recurring revenue specifically for housing. So we're talking about vouchers, we're talking about landlord subsidies, we're talking about the overhead of operating a robust, affordable housing system, which is desperately needed in our city. Everyone who is concerned about homelessness needs to think about, well, how do we solve that? It's not through buying and building stuff, although we need to do that too. It's acknowledging that our gross receipts tax need to go towards operating that housing. So I explained that to Councilor Bassan. I think she understands my position on this. And my position has always been, I don't want to vote for projects that are not fully defined. And there's a bunch of them in here, including the affordable housing. Many of the folks who are supporting this bill voted against our own capital for affordable housing in the last capital improvement budget. So, let's take a step back. We're lucky that we have this resource here in front of us, but this is not the time to just jump on this. Furthermore, the last thing, and not least, and I'll be quiet. Something of this magnitude, I've never seen anything of this magnitude being discussed without going to the committee of the whole and having a lengthy public discussion about how it's being spent. And this is just not being done that way. So I strongly oppose it.
Thank you, Councilor Benton, Councilor Jones, and then Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. I have many thoughts about this legislation. I understand perfectly why Councilor Bassan wants to do this. Her area is I don't know that any areas even need a swimming pool. District 8 doesn't have a swimming pool and we don't feel the need of it, but there is a need in that multi-generational center to complete the project. I have no problem with that at all. I do have a problem with seemingly trying to dig up and invent projects not necessarily needed right now, when, as Councilor Benton said, it's not going to get better. We are going to have people in need of our help, food, housing, clothing, mental care, all kinds of things for a couple of years to come if we're lucky, that's all. I think we need to look at, rather than just discovering the Christmas bag under the Christmas tree and opening up and eating all the candy, that we need to decide what's really important here. And I think this needs to go with, just like other issues we've heard this evening that don't seem to be going to committees anymore. That concerns me immensely. When we talk about big projects like this, big amounts of money, and some of the other projects we've discussed this evening, this is why committees are set up. It's set up so people can comment, the city council can study, we can hopefully amend and make better legislation and ideas that come in front of us. We have been missing out on that in a good number of issues that we've looked at tonight in the last month. So I like parts of this. I certainly, once again, will do everything I can to help Councilor Bassan get her swimming pool. That is important, but we don't spend every penny we have in our purse because one issue is important. So I cannot support this. I can support parts of it in the future. I think if we think it out a little better and look at what's going to happen with it and where we are going to get the money, as Councilor Benton said, for future needs that are definitely going to be there. This pandemic that we're looking at won't be over in 12 months. We need to look at the results of it, the aftermath. We need to be thinking about good management, and I'm not confident. In fact, I don't believe at all that this particular legislation is. So thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Counselor Jones. Counselor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. And it's an important question, and so I'm glad we have a chance to talk about it. So thanks for moving this up on the agendas tonight. Let me just say this, voters just rejected $50 million in bond funds for a special project that didn't yet have a full plan, didn't even have an address or location. And I'm concerned now that it looks like the mayor and some councilors want to spend more than twice that on projects, some of which still have no plans and no addresses, and certainly no budget to fund the operations of them when they're complete. And to do that without public input or without going to voters for such a big commitment, as Councilor Ben mentioned, is concerning. And so as councilors, we got to take a new look. It hit me this weekend that the amount of money for this is as large as the city's commitment on the ART project. And that took years of public meetings and countless levels of public input to decide if that was worth it, and the opportunity cost we lost by investing in that and not something else. And as of today, as I understand from Mr. Bacta this morning, we have just about $5 million in unallocated recurring funds in the bank. After this budget cycle, where last 2 years we shorted nonprofits, we froze hundreds of city hiring positions. I think we should be using future revenue, a recurring revenue, and if and when it comes back, to invest in our city workers, to raise the city's minimum wage to $15 an hour, getting transit workers and laborers off public assistance when they work for the city. I think we should use recurring funds to expand contracts for the $10 million in housing funds that we gave the administration earlier this year. That will build new facilities, but we still need dollars to operate them that have not been budgeted for. And when I hear people say they want more police officers, we can't give away future police salaries to change the carpet in police headquarters because we won't have money to pay for the cops. So to be clear, I think I support shovel-ready projects. And to speak to folks in my neighborhoods that I've heard from, the Loma Linda Gym, for example, originally a $3 million project, which we had 90% funded and was in design and finishing up, has been discussed for 2 decades. And we worked together in my neighborhoods for the last 5 years to fund that project. And it was 90% funded until 2 weeks ago, when this bill came out, and suddenly somebody needed $3 million more for that project. And we still haven't seen a plan for how it would be spent. This bill initially had $7 million for a new unknown public safety project at Catherine and San Mateo. But voters just approved $7 million for a public safety facility at Catherine and San Mateo a month ago. And no one has been able to tell me what the new $7 million project is, or if it was copied from the old bond package, then forgot to take it out. So I don't think we can do this in 10 days. I think it's well-intentioned, but I think there's work to be done. So to reiterate, Madam President, I support shovel-ready projects. I want to support projects that get people back to work, that invest in our community. We have more than $100 million in federal funding expected to come into our city this year. $59 million last year in the first round of CARES funding, another 50 or so million this year, and just announced that at least $50 million in federal Build Back Better funds are coming for public infrastructure. That's what all this spending is on public facilities. $50 million at least to the city of Albuquerque, potentially twice that when we get the final numbers. Some of these projects are really worthy, but others no one's ever heard of, doesn't have a budget, and certainly we don't have a plan to operate them if we build them. If I had my choice, I think my neighborhoods, like the International District that the mayor called me about the other night, my neighborhoods would love to see public funds used to finish the free public Wi-Fi broadband program, or the expanding Wi-Fi broadband in some of the poorer neighborhoods to help our city's poorest kids and small businesses get a digital leg up. That's an option for this money. And it's much more important than some of the other projects that are not yet funded and won't be built for another decade. That stuff's not in this bill, but I think it should be. And instead of investing $15 million in new, whatever it is, for a city police headquarters, then I'd like to see folks from city police headquarters out in the field responding to calls for service. And when we get DOJ done and we get our calls for service down, and we address our issues, then we ought to take a look at repainting police headquarters, but that's not our priority in the city today. So here's my pitch, Madam President. Let's do this process right. There are projects that need funding, and I do believe we have dollars for them. We have enough federal dollars coming to fund every project on this list and more. I think we should be deliberate about it. We should plan for that, and we should be able to do that so that we are ready to fund it in the spring as those funds become available. And I think we should work diligently on that starting now, but not with this bill. And so with all that, I would say I appreciate the effort. I support many of these projects, but the city has cash. We will have cash to do them, and we do not have the recurring revenue to do it by borrowing the money. And so I'm going to do what my dad always told me to do, is stop buying the new TV and get back to work and take care of the things you have to do. And I think at the moment we have to get back to taking care of our people, raise their wage, fill those vacant positions first. And that should be our first priority for recurring revenue. And so for those reasons, I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to bring something up. I just thought of a moment ago. I heard earlier, I don't remember who was speaking or in what context, but about this this particular bill, that it refunded some prior GRT bonds. And I don't believe that's accurate, but I was wondering if I talked with a gentleman at RBS and asked him that very question. So is there somebody from the administration who can speak to this, whether it's actually refunding, and maybe Eric at RBS was mistaken, or does it not?
He's not here, but I can talk about it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, you're.
Good afternoon, Council President and Councillor Gibson. Eric Harrigan from RBC Capital is not here, but to answer your question, there is no refunding of the bond here. Basically, some bonds are paid off at the beginning of this fiscal year. Therefore, the money which will be freed up for debt service, and that's what Councillor Davis referred to, approximately $5 million in recurring debt service, which will be freed up. That's the money which will be paying for this bond. There is no refunding of the bond or refinancing of the bond.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That clears that up. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam President.
I'm looking for other councillors that want to speak. Councillor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a couple follow-up questions and several comments. First of all, in the administration, can we get somebody to please run down the list of problems at the APD main building and or confirm if it's a redoing of the paint?
Madam President, Councillor Bassan. So one of the things, or several of the things that we're looking at for the main are, what we're looking at is for asbestos remediation. About half of the second floor is sealed off essentially because the floor was the prior home of the lab, and there is construction and design that needs to be done there to contain the asbestos and remove it. The building is 50 years old, and consequently it has the issues of a 50-year-old building. The HVAC system is end of life, so we have some offices that are 89 degrees next to an office that is 63 degrees. It's hard to ask somebody to be productive in a almost 90-degree environment. The electrical systems, if you pull a fire alarm on the old side, it doesn't necessarily activate on the new side. There's just a lot of issues with the building as far as plumbing. There are sewage backups. We don't have paint or carpet on the list, Councillor.
Thank you, DC Griego. And then, so my apologies to everybody. I'm going to probably bounce back and forth a little bit. on this list based off of, uh-oh, can you hear me? My computer looks glitchy.
Counselor, I think you might have froze. Counselor Bassan. There you go.
Madam President, while she comes back, can I kind of just jump in and ask some questions as well?
Yes, Counselor Pena will wait for Counselor Bassan to reconnect.
Okay, so I'd like to ask some of the budget staff in terms of the interest rate now and some of the projections, and then with the economy and the price of construction, what are you forecasting in terms of the cost of construction moving forward? If we have someone from the budget staff who can answer those questions. And in terms of the interest rate, if you can just give us a little bit of historical perspective in terms of how the interest rates now are at an all-time low. And is someone there?
Madam
President,
oh, there you are. I'm sorry, Sanjay, I can't.
Madam President and Councilor Pena, I think the we now have Eric Harrigan also online, but let me just kind of give you a little bit of background. The interest rates are lowest historically speaking as of now. At the same time, the inflation is sort of evidently at one of the higher percentages in the recent history. As you can see that the Social Security Administration has informed everyone that they will increase the payment by 5.9% beginning January 1st. So that's an indication that inflation is real. That said, though, that inflation rate is based on just the basic food items. However, traditionally, in last few years, the construction cost had been increasingly coming up at much higher level than the inflation rate. So within all the sectors that are relevant to this particular bond sale, I think the money will basically be spent on the construction. And I think maybe Director Montoya can also chime in that our base estimate on any construction project, whether new or renovation, I think the percentage is roughly speaking almost 15 to 20% higher than what we were estimated just last year. So those two conditions together justify that the cost of borrowing is the lowest at that time, at this time, and by getting the money now and spending the money on the capital projects, which continues to go up every year with the inflation, I think it's the right time for us to borrow the money now and start using the money for the construction, which we will not be able to catch up moving forward. So that is one of the reasons that the timing is very important. I hope that answers your question. And Eric, if you have to add something, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam President, if Eric can add before I add to my comment.
You have the floor.
Great, thank you, Madam President and Councilor Pena. Eric Harrigan with RBC Capital Markets. Just to talk a little bit about what Sanjay was referring to earlier, the inflation rate in October for consumer price index was 6.2%. If you look back, over the last, 10 to 15 years, the average inflation rate has been closer to 2%. So it's significantly above where we have seen it. The Federal Reserve has begun tapering their purchases of U.S. Treasuries, which also tends to lead to less demand and higher rates for U.S. Treasuries. And it's also anticipated that the Federal Reserve will more than likely raise interest rates, the overnight lending rate, next year. When and how often is unclear. but they are concerned about an overheating economy. As also mentioned, interest rates, they did hit an all-time historical low last year during the middle of the pandemic. And while rates are a little bit higher than where they were, when you look back historically, rates are almost at their all-time historical low, but from a historical standpoint, very, very, very low.
Thank you. Madam President, so I don't know whether this would be for Mr. Bakta or for Mr. Harrigan, but if the interest rate even went up by 1%, how would that impact a $110 million bond in terms of our bonding capacity now for the amount of construction projects we could do?
At 1%, if the interest rate increased by 1%, it would reduce the capacity by about $8 million. It's roughly $2 million for every quarter, or 25 basis points or 0.25% increase in rates.
So if it were to go up 1% and then the cost of in construction with inflation, I don't know what that's anticipated to be, but how could, you're saying that inflation went up by 5.9%, almost 6%. So say the cost of construction went up 3%, how could that impact $110 million capacity?
Well, as far as the inflation rate, the capacity remains the same. It just you may be able to fund fewer projects because the cost of those projects have gone up.
That's actually what I meant to say. So in terms of the capacity, is what I meant to say is that, so if the construction project cost 3%, 2% more, that actually in essence wouldn't reduce the capacity, it'd be the same. But when we could actually build if the interest rate went up, the capacity goes down to 102. And so then we have $102 million to build projects. And then with the cost of inflation and cost of construction at 3%, that could essentially, will build for the same amount of money, a lot less, correct?
Sure. If the cost of a project, you have a finite amount of money going towards projects, and if the cost of those projects go up, of course, you would have to, reduce projects.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And then this might be for Mr. Rael, Madam President, if I may. So it was discussed that the last bond, that this bond should go and have a public discussion and go to the Cal committee. Did the stadium go to Cal?
Madam President and Councilor Pena, if I'm not mistaken, the bond stadium question was introduced and held over for the full council the following meeting in August.
Okay, so it did not. And so when we're talking about being thoughtful about projects and really vetting them and taking that time, we could say that that didn't happen in terms of the stadium process. Is that correct?
Madam President, are you asking me if I think the process was accurate? Is that
no? I'm just saying that when we're talking, there was stated that we should be really thoughtful about the projects moving forward. I'm just saying that with the stadium, as it was stated that it doesn't have an address, we still proceeded forward with that. I mean, it's just an acknowledgement. And then, Madam President, one more question. I'll defer for a second. I misplaced my note. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. I wonder if I could ask Mr. Muniz, our budget officer, to join us for just a minute, our council budget officer. I heard something that Mr. Harrigan said that I wanted to get, Madam President, I see Mr. Muniz, and if I may, I wanted to ask him, Mr. Muniz, can you remind me, over the last few budgets, we've had conversations about increasing the salaries for city workers in various capacities. Do you know what approximately the 1% pay raise cost us in the budget last year in recurring funding?
Madam President, Councilor Davis, yes, the 1% increase estimated cost us about $3.4 million last year is what we show in the budget. And that was in addition to the 1% that was presented in the budget document. So we're talking about, double that.
And so, okay. And so I'm going to do basic math that's going to be wrong, but it's always better to be short on that just a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Muniz. Madam President, I'm concerned because as we heard, we only have about $5 million in recurring unallocated funds, or the freeing up these current GRT bonds when they expire would give us extra capacity of about 5 million or so. But we also heard that inflation's at 6%. I think we all know that when we go to the gas station and the grocery store, and shopping local in Nob Hill for the Twinkle Light Parade the other night, and we welcome all those folks to do that. Thank you. But the cost of doing business is going up, and so are the cost of all of our shopping trips. If we are to keep up with inflation for our city employees, we're going to have to add a 6% at this current rate, a 6% pay raise for our city employees next year. That would cost us more than $20 million in recurring just to keep up with the cost of living for the city workers who worked through the pandemic and took care of us, on top of having to add a bunch of new positions to fund all these buildings. I don't know that I have a question, Madam President, but I do want to make that point that I do think this using the recurring revenue to fund this may be a little short-sighted right now, especially if, we're talking about how to borrow money at a low rate to pay for things we won't use for years, but we may very well be in a position that our city employees are asking and deserve a 6% or a 7% raise just to keep up. And so I think for that reason, I'm additionally concerned that this may be short-sighted and wrong timing.
Councillor Davis, are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Councillor Jones, and then Councillor Pena.
Thank you, Madam President, for this opportunity to speak again. I just want to remind that we're talking about, it's like a little kid whose candy jar is gone empty, and then suddenly somebody shows him a new candy jar. We still have a huge amount of unfunded projects, monies that haven't been totally spent. We've started projects that haven't been completed and still need to be done. We have projects that are not completed and we can't complete because of insufficient staffing. I would think we would want to look at adding the employees to do what we need to do. And I keep going back to parks. We have parks that are just, we have money sitting there, but we can't seem to get anything done because we don't have staff. I think we should look at the big picture here. I don't think we should just rub our hands and say, man, that looks like candy I've never tasted before. I think we need to step back. This money, this ability to borrow is not going to go away. We need to look at it. We don't jump at this before we need to. And let's see, what do we really need in the city? What should we finance? How should we do it? And how should we set it up so we can get it done? That's a big one. We plan a lot of things, but we don't actually get them finished. So I remember we haven't even completed the convention center that we have started funding and working on 5-6 years or so ago. That's not finished to my knowledge, unless something's been done and we haven't been told about it. We can't continue to start new projects and not finish old ones, nor have the ability to finish the ones that we started. I think we need to be, bad term here, a lot of us don't like this. We must be fiscally responsible with our taxpayers' money. And I think this isn't necessarily very much direction. Thank you, Madam President.
Councillor Pena.
Thank you, Madam President. So that was actually what Councillor Davis was alluding to, is a question that myself and Councillor Bassan and myself posed it was a raise to the employees to use the capacity for that. And with that $5.7 million, it was only going to be a 1% raise across the board, which is pretty, it's small. And I agree with Councillor Davis, you know, so I'd like to see how he manages to get 6 or 7% into the future. So that would be an interesting one. But at this last budget cycle, I'm not sure what the administration, somebody from the administration can say is that the mayor put down a certain percentage. And then as committee of the whole chair, I added an additional percentage to that across the board. If you guys know those numbers, I don't have those in front of me. And then is it accurate? It was my understanding also is that using the bond money is just not sustainable in terms of for raises, and sustainable might not be the correct response to that, but it doesn't go on forever, correct? Unless we were to, can somebody explain that to me? Because that was explained to me before.
Just talking about one-time money is paying up.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Council President and Councilor Pena, you're right. The bond money received is not used for operating expenses, including for salaries or salary increases. I think what you're referring is that if we don't issue the bond and we never issue this bond in future, then it frees up the debt service amount that we are used to at present. And that money could be used for some operating expenses. I don't necessarily disagree with that. We can. However, I do not believe that we need to depend on that debt service money to use it for the salary increases, because our revenues are coming up pretty steady, and in fact, it's a little bit higher than what we expected. It could be because of the pent-up demand and increased economic activity, and or also the inflation that also increases our revenue. So we should have enough revenues to consider the pay raises, and we will not be depending on this freed up debt service amount for that purpose.
Madam President, thank you, Mr. Bhakta. And we did look at it, and we looked at 1% and the impact that would make, and looked at future opportunities. And it's something that Councilor Bassan and myself stated that we definitely are interested in those future opportunities with the GRT moving forward in terms of providing additional increases. And last year's overall increase was how much? Do you have that amount?
I will have our budget officer, Mr. Davis, talk about that amount.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Council President and Councilor Pena. So last year, the administration proposed a 2% increase across the board, and that ultimately was approved in the budget as a 3% increase for all city employees. And that total cost was $7.4 million for 2%, and then the additional 1%. So the total was 11.1 in the end.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I think we also have Councilor Bassan back on. Councilor Bassan, you sort of got cut off in the middle of your discussion. So I wondered if you wanted to continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope this works better, because the amount of panic I just underwent is something I cannot fathom for any of us. Here's hoping we go in person again so that we can avoid that in the future. But yes, I was in the middle of asking some questions, so thank you all for your patience. And I think I got almost all of what you all were talking about. So my apologies if I end up repeating anything, but we had talked about APD Maine, and then I wanted to clarify. So again, my apologies if this was already clarified while I was fighting the internet, but the San Mateo and Catherine facility for $7 million that's on here, and it was approved by voters for $7 million from our CIP. Is that a duplicative effort, or why do we want another $7 million?
Madam President
I wanna know.
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, originally there was two, the project is a pretty big piece of property that has two projects. The bond money that was just approved by the voters was for $7 million to build a facility for the ACS department, if you will, the Community Safety Department, that would be located at that site. The additional $7 million that's in your proposal is to build a fire station, a public safety facility that includes a fire station or apparatus for the fire department, so that you would have full use of the property. So there are two different projects, and the amounts are identical.
Thank you, Mr. Rael. Madam President, too, as follow-up, I wanted to make a comment as far as the art project and how it was funded. That was, yes, this equates to the total cost, I guess, of art, but this is for 16 projects versus one bus. And part of the funding, well, not one bus, but one system of buses. I don't want you to get mad at me for that one, but so 16 projects for one transportation system. And I believe, and Mr. Botka, maybe you can confirm this, part of the funding for the art was partially funded with a bond that did not go to committee.
This is the ART fund.
Yes, the ART.
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, I was not here when we paid for the art, but I believe that historically speaking, yes, that's what happened.
Madam President, yeah, I did pull up the bill. I found the bill to see it's 01546. It was introduced. It was referred to Finance and Government Operations. That was the committee it was referred to.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for clarifying that. And I think that we're about to potentially, maybe before midnight tonight, end up voting on the cleanup bill for today. And one of the items in there is to revert $1.7 million in housing vouchers for affordable housing for Albuquerque. And it's my understanding that we were unable to utilize those in a timely fashion. Can you either validate that or expand further on that? Why are we looking at reverting $1.7 million for vouchers for affordable housing at this time?
Madam President, we have Carol Pierce who's on right now. I'll ask her to answer that question.
This is your cleanup bill, you know.
Thank you, Council President Bassan and City Councilors. I'm actually going to ask Deputy Uval to answer that question that relates to the use of the 1.7 million, which is not reverting it. It's a little something different, but I'll have Lisa explain that. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, Councilor Bassan. Thank you for your question. Director Pierce is correct. We are not reverting 1.75 million. What the cleanup bill is doing is moving 1.75 million in one-time housing voucher money that was appropriated in FY22 from the general fund into Fund 265. The reason we're doing this in the cleanup bill is because we know that most families require at least 12 months of rental assistance to be able to maintain, like get stable and maintain housing on their own. And that means that when, because we don't have a contract executed and the program completely full on day one of the fiscal year, that our contracts do cross from one fiscal year into the next fiscal year. And so this is basically a technical fix to represent or kind of reflect the reality of these programs, that in order to help families stabilize, we do need to provide this funding across 2 fiscal years. But we are on a path to fully appropriate all of this funding.
Thank you, directors. And also, can you confirm that in the affordable housing allocation in this current in O2184, we had considered and we've been discussing some kind of vouchers for affordable housing, right? And we've been discussing rental assistance, or creative ways that's not just the Workforce Housing Trust Fund, not just building new buildings or just maintaining or renovating just buildings, but also finding ways to get resources to other people in Albuquerque to either prevent them from becoming unhoused or helping to make sure that they get housing. Or is this part of what I believe this is what my intention was. I remember discussing it. I just want to confirm that this is part of what's in that affordable housing lump that people say is a little bit too vague.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Carol.
Councilor Bazan and city council members, in that 25 million, yes, that is really for a variety of affordable housing projects, which we definitely need. It also includes 5 million for a sobering center, which is also one of those paths that people need, that is currently not as available in our community as it's needed. So a variety of, whether it's acquisition rehab, other housing projects, that's what that money is for, which has kind of builds on the discussion I've heard this evening on the importance of having more affordable units available.
Thank you, Director. Madam President, I have much more, but I also see Councilor Benton has his hand up, and I'm wondering if it might be on this lines and it would be appropriate if he would like to, and if you would will it.
Is this question related to this line of questioning?
Yes, it is. I wanted to confirm that again, this does not provide operational money for affordable housing. It would be for physical projects and not operations. If I could ask Lisa or Director Pierce to confirm that.
And I apologize, it's City Council President Borrego, along with all the city councilors. My understanding, yes, this is for capital projects, not the operational funds.
So Councilor Benton, I would be willing to do any kind of amendment or work on something with you on that, because it was my understanding through discussions with the administration and with you early on that we were looking at finding options to make sure that we would be able to, again, think outside of the box, not just capital projects. You and I had talked about it. It was not my intention to only do capital projects with this, but we also, if I recall correctly, I remember discussing that we would go ahead and try to work on that with the operational budget as well, so that we could leverage sustainability using some of the funding now and later, while also finalizing some projects throughout Albuquerque.
If I may respond,
Councilor
Madam
Bennett,
President.
go ahead.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Yeah, the issue is it doesn't fit within this bill. That these bonds cannot be used for operating. They're strictly capital bonds. So again, we have to identify the sources of those operating expenses, and my way of identifying them would be, and there's been discussions about other ways to spend these operating funds, but it would be to look into having a permanent set aside recurring revenue source, and 5.7 million could go a long way towards that. As we said, probably depending on the exact type of vouchers, between 400 and 570 vouchers would be paid for. That's annual recurring per family vouchers, and that's, I think, that's why I believe that this has moved too fast. It's no reflection on anyone's intention, but rather that it's moved too fast, and that we need to, if we're going to have an affordable housing strategy, we have to have recurring sources of revenue.
Madam President, may I continue?
Yes, please.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for that, Councilor Benton. I think that I would like to ask Mr. Melendrez if he could help us identify some of the, he educated me last week as far as the the difference between appropriations and this bill with making sure that we secure the dollar amount using this interest rate. So people say that we're rushing. I choose to understand why they say that. However, I also realize that if we want to get the biggest bang for our buck, if we want to make sure to help Albuquerque as largely as possible, I think that it's important that we lock in this interest rate so that we can have the option of utilizing this funding. But then I believe, and then Mr. Melendres, if you can talk about the difference between now and passing this bill versus later and appropriations, I would be grateful.
Madam President, Councilor Bassan, yeah, so the discussion that we were having and to relay some conversations I had with bond counsel and with Mr. Muniz, our budget and finance person in our office, this bill proposes to authorize the bond issuance in the total value amount that's listed within the bill. It also includes a list of specific projects. That list is not necessarily required in order to have the bond proposal issued. At some point, if this type of proposal is completed, the bond will fund, which means that the city will have access to the total dollar amount that is being authorized. And at that point is when the city, through the city council, which is the budgeting arm, actually appropriates that money. And so we've been advised by bond counsel that the project list, for example, within any bond issuance like this one, is not necessarily set in stone. It may be viewed as a marker of the priorities of the folks that passed the bill, but it is still subject to appropriation at a later date through the council's normal appropriation process, where it could be allocated to potentially different priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Melendres. I think that I'll take this moment to also say that going on some of the discussions that have been had in the community and on the news and in all of the fabulous places, it kind of goes to that lame duck thing. We were elected to serve a position and we're working right now. So let's work right now. Let's get the job done and secure this funding because it is going to go away. Earlier, there was a counselor that said the money's not going to go away. It is going to go away. As soon as interest rates start to rise, this funding availability will decrease and we will not have that opportunity anymore. So let's lock it in. Let's take advantage of it. And then if there's some discussions about new counselors needing to come in and change it up, or we need to make some kind of amendments, as long as it falls in some of these categories, it sounds to me like legally, there can be further discussions. So there's the rush to capitalize on the interest rate right now to help Albuquerque. They want three things. They want their projects done, which the convention center is part of this, completing city projects. They want three things: complete projects, reduce crime, reduce homelessness. This will achieve that. It will make a difference in the right direction for the first time in a very long time in a very significant way. So I think that we'll create jobs. I think that with these capital investments, we're going to create jobs. And we were just talking about how we need more jobs when we talked about the PLA before. We're talking about operations and maintenance. We don't, you said it yourself, some of the other counselors tonight, we don't always have a plan. And I've been one to argue against that before. I understand. But now it's time to say, okay, we can't go to the state and ask them to just fund everything for us, even though they're going to have a lot of funding. Some of them the legislators have already expressed, they don't want to consider helping Albuquerque if we're not going to at least express some option to help ourselves. And that could be devastating. So yes, we have the ability to do something. So let's do a little bit of it. And let's make sure that we can help with housing, help with reducing crime, help with getting projects done. I think that it's incredibly important to remember that when voters rejected the $50 million bond question, they wrote in mass quantities, rejecting it because they wanted one of three things. And I know I'm repeating myself, but it's there. It's a reality. Albuquerque needs help. People are asking for it. And this is a way to make that move in the right direction. I'm sure I have a whole bunch more, but I'm sure you all understand and you believe at least the words coming out of my mouth are very passionate and I mean them completely. But I think that we need to put this forward. I would love your support. I think that it's I think this is a very smart and brave move for Albuquerque. And if we don't pass this tonight, it will be a shame. And I hope that those watching will understand who is invested and who is not. And then I hope those watching will hold us accountable to find those cash dollars and find the ways to get these projects completed if we don't use this funding now.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. I don't see any other hands up in the queue. I have a few things I'd like to say regarding this. I mean, I think that our interest rates are really important, and getting the lowest bang for our buck is completely important, especially as inflation rises. And we are in a market where inflation is surely going to rise, and it's, you know, it's kind of inevitable. So if we can secure it at this point in time, I want to thank our counselors, Councilor Bassan and Councilor Pena, for being so thoughtful. You know, we had counselors who supported a $50 million stadium, and that seemed to be no problem. And, you know, but these projects that have been ongoing for the last year or longer, some of them, including my Cibola Loop, by the way, which would take $10 million of this funding, is shovel ready. There are probably about 6 of these projects on this list that are shovel ready. And so, you know, I really thank you all for being thoughtful about the projects and trying to be equitable with all of the counselors and looking at all of the districts. And I understand the argument with regard to operating versus, you know, capital. I mean, I think it's an important one. But on the other hand, if you create more, you know, you build these projects, there are going to be, you know, there's going to be a tax base increase. So operating funds will also be generated from some of these projects. So I think those are important facts that we need to consider in making our decision regarding this. I also need to say, and I really do need to say this, because, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about lame duck counselors, and we should wait until the new counselors come and let them make the decisions. You know, I was elected to serve a 4-year term, and that term ends on December 31st at 11:59. So I just want to say that, because because there was an election in November, on November 2nd, didn't mean that we stopped working on November 2nd. We are elected to serve out our term. And I think that it's important that, you know, I really have to say that, because it's been something that has been weighing very heavy on my mind. We all take this work that we do for the citizens of Albuquerque very seriously. And I don't think that any counselor on this dais doesn't take our work seriously. It's just the question of priority, and what is the priority? You know, what is the most important priority? Shovel-ready priorities are important, especially when we have a market that is rising. Construction costs are rising. On this agenda tonight, we're going to be talking about the PLA agreements and whether or not those are important. I think the question is, you know, in many people's minds, is how do we get people back to work? And how do we make sure that New Mexicans are back to work, and people in Albuquerque and our economy gets moving again? And those are the questions on my mind tonight. Is, are we moving our economy forward, or do we stay stagnant? And so I just wanted to say that I think that listening to all of these, and I understand the question about the operating costs, I think those are important questions too. But when we're building and we're generating projects that are, as we did during COVID, that are generating, you know, jobs, those are important considerations for moving our economy forward. So, you know, I am going to be supporting this bill. I think it's an important bill. And I just want to say, I think it's important that we consider that we were ready to move a stadium forward of half of this amount. And that was one project. We're considering many projects tonight in all parts of the city. Councilor Harris.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just a couple quick comments. Yeah, I think the bang for the buck in terms of the interest rate and the ability to have some flexibility going forward is an important thing for me. And also talking about councilors and elections and moving off the council, which I am, but that reminds me of another point, which is the longevity on the council reminds me of back, and I think the only other councilor who I know was here with me was Councilor Benton, but it might have been Trudy Jones also. Back in 2008, I think it was, we had the Great Recession and we started moving money from our bonding capacity over to operating. That's something well before Councilor Bassan's time. But it's taken all these years, over a decade, to actually recover from what we did back then. We'd have a $200 million every other year bonding program if we never did that, which is what we did is we, in order to raise money for operating, we took money from our capital program and we moved it into operating. And we never moved those mills back. So, I mean, this is, in a way, it's, I know RJ Barry, when he was mayor, he did a little of that, he did a GOT bond. This is another way that we're actually kind of correcting some of the things that we've done way back then when we had the recession of 2007, 2008, and we had to move money from the capital program into operating. So, you know, because of everything that's happened with changes in the laws in Santa Fe, our operating budget seems to be much more stable than it's been in a long time. So that doesn't really worry me right now. And I am more concerned about the inflation and the interest rates right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. Councilor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to state, and I know that I'm sure, moving towards closing remarks soon, or at least I get the sense that we are. But I just wanted to note, and as to why I support this bill, for me, when Councilor Bassan first approached me and having this discussion, really asked me what's most important was something that, you know, we could really move the needle in terms of getting things done for the city of Albuquerque. And I said, really affordable housing in the sobering center. And so she really did accommodate me on that. But for me, as Councilor Pena also stated, that this is a real critical investment of not just the west side, but also for the overall city. Even though it's not in my district, I know that the Cibola Loop Multi-Generational Center benefits the city as well, considering that the west side only has one senior center. And having a multi-gen center would also help our seniors on the west side along with our youth. And even if we don't, you know, we're on opposite ends, but even the North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center and how we need that, especially for our aging youth, seniors, and how they need to have a facility there as well. You know, we can support one another and understand the needs of each of our district while also supporting our city and doing it in a meaningful way where we can actually put our dollars forward. I think that voters, like was stated today, really stressed the point that we really should be focusing in on our city and the needs of our communities. And from my viewpoint of this bond, it really does that. We're trying to address even some of the areas that is the number one call in terms of service in not just our city, but in the nation. It tops one of the most calls for service and investing in that. It looks at really thinking about how we do our open space, our recreations, and also restores a little bit of justice and equity as to when we lost some representation in the district after Ken's passing, and restoring a little bit of that as well. And so for me, this has a balance of a little bit of everything. And so for me, I just appreciate both Councilor Bassan and Councilor Pena for being thoughtful, for approaching councilors and also the administration in this discussion, and really extending the hand, because I think that this started out as something really trying to move the needle here. And I believe that this would, so that's why I'm supporting it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sen. I don't see any other hands up. So I'm going to go back to Councillor Bassan and Pena for a close, and then we're going to move to a vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make sure to do a breakdown of this bill. And this does not include the affordable housing part, because that to me is something that the whole city stands to gain from this. But District 1, specific projects related that are listed on this bill. District 1 is going to get approximately $1 million. District 2 will get $19.5 million. District 3 will get 10. District 4 will get 12. District 5 will get 10. District 6 will get 16. District 7 will get a minimum of 3. District 8 will get some city building projects, because that was part of the conversations that were had in order to support that district as well. District 9 will get $4.4 million. My last thing is that if you build it, they will come. If we don't build capital projects, we have nothing to operate and maintain. We have to be able to do that in order to have this happen. And lastly, I think that it's going to be amazing to be back in person next year, so that we can't just conveniently turn off our cameras and avoid looking each other in the eye when we are trying to discuss business. I urge your support.
Thank you, Councillor Bassan. Councillor Pena, did you have any comments?
Thank you, Madam President. I think I'll just basically leave it at that. I just really urge everyone's support. I think this is being fiscally prudent. I think this is the right direction. Projects are going to get done. I really appreciate Councillor Bassan and all the work she put into this. She really tried hard to work with each of the councillors to really identify a project, and she set out with a goal in mind. Unfortunately for me, the stadium bond didn't pass. As you know, I supported it. It didn't pass, and so then she said, the cry from the community were that we really needed to address public safety and homelessness. And I think she did a phenomenal job doing that and addressing some other major needs that we have in our respective districts. And I just want to say, I know we have somebody from the fire department here, and I just really appreciate all the work, because I know some of the conversation alludes to some projects, whether it's the mayor putting in for an awning, a much needed awning in Councillor Benton's district, which is the city center. So I kind of think of that as all of our district. And then, the fire station in my district, I think it's important. And so when we talk about 30% done in planning, and some of the planning and the 30% nest that we're trying to do, sometimes, unfortunately, projects are needed, and there's an emergency need to have some of these projects completed. And we need to address those voids in our community in an efficient and a timely manner. District 3 has been served, and partnering with the county to address both our public safety and fire needs. And that agreement is long outdated. And, a study was just conducted, which we did do a study, and it really shows that there's a tremendous void in terms of both fire and police in the southwest area of the city. So looking at this money and this opportunity to really get a project like that underway and built, I just really appreciate it. And like Councillor Bassan said, working together, we really do. We need to move into the 21st century as a city. The stadium would have, in my opinion, would have gone a long way to really move this city forward. But since that didn't pass, I think this really goes a long way in terms of finishing projects that are just about to be completed, and it really addresses the concerns in the community. So thank you, Councillor Bassan. Thank you, administration. Thank you, our city council staff, for all the help that you provided us. And I urge your support.
Thank you, Councillor Pena. Thank you, Councillor Bassan. If we don't move forward, we are going to be here till midnight. So let's go ahead and move to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
No.
Councillor Davis.
No.
Councillor Gibson.
No.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
No.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion fails on a 5-4 vote. 7 are required for passage.
All right, counselors. Well, thank you for, we will move on. We will move on to item number 2, which is 080. And I will just kick this off, amending section 5-5-11 of the public purchase ordinance to require the use of project labor agreements on certain public works construction projects in the city of Albuquerque. I move a do pass. Do I have a second? I have a second from Counselor Davis and Counselor Sena. Thank you for those seconds, counselors. And I will move to the administration because they have helped with craft this bill. So who do I have in the administration? Lawrence? Mr. Ryle?
Madam President, I am sorry, I missed your question. I apologize.
I was just going to move on for any comments regarding this bill.
PLA, Madam President, and members of the council, we certainly know that there are a lot of folks in our community that really like this legislation, and this is a major policy call for the city as you all review this, and we're in support of moving forward with doing what's right for our working men and women in this community.
Thank you, Mr. Royale. Councilor Sena?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to give some overview as to some of the history. I know that PLA conversations have been going on well before even my time. I know that even the county has passed their own project labor agreements. I know that even the first, I believe, PLAs were even done in the 1930s, back when the National Labor Act was passed as well. And so this is not something unfamiliar to most. I think that the overall discussion is how it would benefit the city and why we're bringing it forward now. I know many unions have talked to me and approached me about this, and glad to have our co-sponsors, Councilor Borrego and Councilor Davis, on board. In just thinking about what PLAs can do for not just our economy, for our workforce, and overall community. So, you know, thinking of PLAs and how it provides uniform wages, benefits, overtime pay, hours, working conditions, setting out rules. And then, you know, I think it was also discussed during public comment that this is mostly for union folks, but I disagree that this really sets out conditions and a contract even for non-union folks, just so that they know ahead of time. I think that through these discussions, even through what we were just discussing in terms of building things and how we really should move forward with that, something that the pandemic has certainly highlighted is that the construction industry didn't stop. It's something of our economy that we really relied on to keep us going as a city, and it was essential for us to keep that going as well. And so I think that through PLAs, it really starts out in talking about setting out our working conditions, setting out agreements so that we know, and setting out standards and prices so that they don't change, so that it wouldn't increase costs. In fact, even projects, some of the largest in even DC's history were finished ahead of time. So I think that overall, having these conversations and why PLAs are beneficial is really why we set forward with this ordinance and this discussion. Another note, you're really thinking about diversifying our workforce, and how the conversation is that we're having this labor shortage. And for me, the overall conversation is, sure, we are having this shortage, but we're also having a shortage of really great paying jobs with benefits. And this really sets that out ahead of time, out from the get-go, so that people know the standards in which they're signing up for when they get onto these projects. It really diversifies our workforce by also training and having these apprenticeships to really focus in on some of our community members that aren't as represented in these industries, such as women, minorities, veterans, and other underrepresented groups. And so I think for that, it's really a stress of how this really is a conduit how we can actually have a pipeline for our workers to go towards a lot of these projects. I know that it didn't pass just now, but I think that as we talk about more of these investments, even for outlay projects, that this is what's so critical in its need. So I also wanted to turn to a conversation, whether it's through the administration, and I know we have some experts, and just talking about the history of how we've worked with other union contractors. I know particularly there was one project that would have benefited and did subsequently in terms of the Sunport. I know that we have an individual, I believe it's Thomas, through IBEW that worked on this too. If we could just have some conversations as to what happened at the Sunport and how we benefited in the end with union involvement.
Councilor, are you asking for that conversation now?
Yes, Madam President, I think Mr. Lawrence Real was about to chime in.
Madam President and Councilor, for example, the project at the airport was a very serious issue associated with, quite frankly, with contractors and subcontractors, and the inconsistencies that occur when you have contractors that are having issues paying their subcontractors, and or subcontractors that don't have enough of expertise because they can't retain their employees because of the market that we're in. And as a result, you end up in situations, or ended up in situations where we had to go to 3 subcontractors because of these issues associated with not being able to find labor. And secondly, the contracts we had with them did not provide for any support for our labor or for folks in the different, if you will, trades that are necessary to make projects work in our community.
Thank you for that, Mr. Real. And I believe we have an attendee that also worked on that project, from my understanding, is Mr. Thomas Trujillo. And if Mr. Moya could also let him in on the, I see that he's there, just to ask a few questions, at least in what he encountered and experienced while working on that.
Interesting, Madam President, City Councilors. I think one of the things was when we were looking at the Albuquerque Sunport, one of the things that we looked at were, of course, we've seen, there was labor shortage. We're all looking for qualified applicants and qualified electricians. And I think that one of our main concerns always is safety. And those are some of the things that we experienced, and those are concerns that came up. This is Albuquerque Sunport. That's the gateway. All visitors are coming into Albuquerque, business, visiting family, looking to relocate. They're going to see, that'll be the first thing that they're going to see. And I think that's going to be one of our main, well, next to the Sandias, but I mean, that's the one thing that they're going to recognize for the city of Albuquerque. So I think that was one of the things that really came out or made, brought more concerns to it. There was a lot of, okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. Councilor Sena?
Thank you for that. I just want to stress, sometimes we all work together to finish some of these projects, but sometimes, we need some oversight on a lot of that. And for me, having PLAs being put forward, really having these understandings ahead of time. And as was stated, even in public comment, everyone really operates on a business, especially on big projects, under contracts, and that's what's necessary. So I also want to thank Councilor Benton for asking some of the questions, even during public comment, as to, what are some of the benefits and what have people seen, and even, again, stressing that we all benefit from these working conditions and having PLAs be put forward. So I think that's why we overall as a city should be supporting these things. So thank you.
Councilor Jones?
Thank you, Madam President. I only have one question and I really don't know what the answer is to this. So could you tell me what the county did? Could someone answer the question since you're more familiar with these than I am? What the county did when they got the first project where the PLA would have applied if Caseta had not requested an exception? I believe this was for the visitor center that the city helped fund for the county. Does anyone have the answer to that? I just had someone send me a text and ask me to ask that question. I don't know the answer.
Mr. Royale, are you there? Do you have any idea?
Madam President and Councilor Jones, I don't have any information related to that particular project. So I apologize. We can look for get some research for you if you like.
Would you please do that, Mr. Royale, and then report back to us?
I will.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is about the process that this PLA would put in place. Would all projects that would be have the PLA requirement, would they have to come to council, or would they have to go to some I don't know, presumably DMD body to you know, to finalize a PLA, or how does that work? Is there anybody here who can maybe shed a little light on that for me?
Madam President, Councilor Gibson, yeah, we have Alan Barella on the phone. He can help with some of those good questions about that.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Varela?
Yes, Madam President, Councilor Gibson, the requirement in the ordinance is that a PLA would need to be in place in order for council to approve the project. And so DMD would, on behalf of the city, along with the trade union and along with the to be approved contractor, negotiate the terms of the PLA.
All right, so do you or do we as the city expect that to happen several times? It seems like we would. And what I'm getting at, I'm wondering if that would impede the process unnecessarily, and if maybe just what could be scrutinized a little bit more is if they appeared not to be required to be involved in PLA. I really, obviously, I'm not clear on this at all, but I would hate to see the city put itself in a position where there's yet one more box to tick off in order for the project to proceed.
And Madam President and Councilor Gibson, the way the process will work is this is not designed in any way to slow anything down. The advertisement for the project, the request for bids, would contain and set out the requirement that a PLA be entered into, and the template for a PLA, which would be subject, of course, to negotiations and modification, would be part of that package. And so anybody who is getting ready to bid on one of these eligible projects would have all that information up front and would be able to have their questions answered through the normal bidding process. So it's not anticipated that there's going to be any slowdown whatsoever in getting the project awarded and started.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's see, Councilor Sena and then Councilor Jones.
I just want to stress the fact that I know that we were talking about projects, but especially in this ordinance, these are project costs that are anticipated to exceed $10 million. And of course, with any contract that we get and any RFP, we're always reviewing them beforehand. And I think these conversations is just part of the regular process that would be included.
Counselor Jones and then Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question of someone, I'm not sure who. So I understand that the county has put these same requirements in place, and they did it in 2020. So my question is, why did they waive these requirements when they built the visitor center on the west side? And I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if anybody does, other than maybe Councilor Pena might, because she's been more involved in the county's visitor center than the rest of us. And incidentally, I believe that the city gave $20 million to that project. Is that correct, Mr. Morrell?
Madam President, I just on your first part of your question, I don't know how the county operated, and like I said earlier, we'll try and get that information. The city portion on that project, I believe, was about $8.3 million. The county put the additional funds, and the state legislature put additional funding for that. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's about the accurate accounting of the money that's there for that project.
Thank you, Mr. Morrell. Can we, well, we don't have to ask the question. I know it's happened. That Councilor Quesada waived, or Commissioner Quesada waived the requirements that we're talking about implementing in the city of Albuquerque now. And the reason that was given publicly was the cost, the increased cost. So I think we need to look at this before it's a feel good. It's something that we certainly want our people employed and want people to make good money. But I think we need to look at all the ramifications when we pass and put in place this type of legislation. So thank you, Mr. Wynn.
Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a few questions. I'm wondering how much of the New Mexico workforce, the construction workforce, belongs to a union?
Madam President and Councilor, I'm not aware of it. I don't know that information, Councilor, but maybe one of the folks that's listening in the community might know that. That's why she doesn't be allowed.
Fair enough. Thank you. I guess that was admittedly a little unfair. I'm sorry about that, but I know that through the New Mexico, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, New Mexico private sector construction union rate is less than 10%. So to me, I'm wondering how many of those union belonging companies that currently exist are general contractors. And I don't know if any of the people that are attending here tonight can answer that, because my concern is for projects over $10 million, we heard from a lot of subcontractors earlier today, and we've had a lot of letters come in and correspondence regarding subcontractors, but I'm curious, what about general contractors? Do we have those that already belong to unions, or do we not? Do we know?
I think that unions belong to unions, and the private sector kind of belongs, because my experience with unions, and I had family members that were union members, is that they had to work for unions. And the only way that they could work for a general contractor in private practice was they had to get permission from the union to be able to do that. And they were, that was my understanding, is that they could not just go work for a private company.
So, Madam President, is this not including general contractors as part of the PLA? So a general contractor on a project over $10 million would not have to abide by this agreement if it gets passed?
Let me let Mr. Varela respond to that.
What happened? And Madam President and Councilor Bassan, thank you. There is no prohibition whatsoever on a non-union owned general contractor, for example, HP Construction, which testified in support earlier during the public comment, from bidding on one of these projects. This is simply a contractual overlay that would be in existence on the project to ensure that the scope is well defined, that the wages and benefits are pursuant to the prevailing Wage Act in New Mexico, and such. But there is no prohibition whatsoever on the type of contractor who can bid on the contract.
Thank you, Mr. Varela. And Madam President, so I guess the crux of where I'm coming from is that hearing that we have 90% of the construction workforce is non-union. Hey, I'll be the first to say everyone should want to join a union. Union's job is to make people want to join a union. But if for some reason companies and employees do not want to join a union, I really struggle with putting them up against the wall and saying, you now need to be part of a union. What happens to their benefits if they're private right now and they have a 401k and benefit package, and then we do this PLA and now all of a sudden they have to, do they lose what they currently have? Does it transfer somewhere? What happens when the job's over if they decide not to stay on as a union? What about those benefits? Where do they go? Do they go back to the union? Does the employee and the company get to keep what they've earned? I mean, these are hardworking people too, that we're all in agreement with.
Counselor, I believe that the PLA language basically requires that all costs associated with the workforce, healthcare and other benefits as well are included in the bid. And it basically reduces the overall cost and change orders for non-PLA contractors. It's actually a more accurate way to bid construction jobs.
Well, but Madam President, that's on bidding a job. I'm talking about currently those people that have benefits and 401ks that have already been built up over the years. It's my understanding that once you start joining a union, you don't get to have private benefits in addition to union benefits. So what happens to the private ones, or am I just not following along?
You can't be in a union and be in the private sector.
So what happens to the private benefits that have accumulated then? All the 401k, all of the money that these people have worked for 10, 20, 30 years, it goes away, right? What happens to it?
I think it depends on the contractor.
No, it doesn't.
Can anybody answer that question?
Madam President, can I respond to those questions and also call?
Go ahead, Councillor Sena.
Thank you. So those, they would get to continue on in those incumbent health and benefit programs.
Yes.
And I know our director Varela is also there going to chime in, but I also wanted to be sure, because I think this was also asked, I don't have to get the number or the figure, but in terms of the Sunport and even the ART, which has been brought up a lot today, how much did we have to redo because we didn't have a local contractor on that job? So those costs continue to go up because we didn't have someone local and we let that bid out. For the county, that's their prerogative. I think that's up to them. But for us, this is a discussion about Albuquerque. And if there was a concern, then you could simply, look to the really transparent contracts that we would be providing through the PLA, that a lot of these costs and negotiations are set out ahead of time. So again, any of these health benefits, and I know that Councillor Davis and also our Director Varela is going to chime in, but again, that those benefits do continue.
Mr. Varela, would you like to chime in?
Yes, very briefly. That is correct. Those benefits continue. The requirement in the PLA would be that the private benefits must meet or exceed those which would have been provided through union membership. If the private contractor's benefit package meets or exceeds that, then there is no gap. If there is a gap, then the private contractor would need to make up for that. So the people are at least as well off as if they had been a member of a union regarding benefits. But no, those private packages absolutely positively do not go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, and I really appreciate Director Varela. And by the way, I'm really glad to have him in that position. He's been really good for that work there for a while. But I do think that's important to correct the record. And I appreciate Madam President weighing in, but it's not correct to say that unions are not in the private sector. We heard from our local companies like B&D, which are huge private sector city contractors, for example. They work in the private sector. They pay taxes as a small business. They hire workers, they provide them benefits, but you can choose to opt into a labor agreement with a labor union, it's kind of like, it's a bad analogy, but it's kind of saying you're contracting for some help with your HR department, right? Somebody to help set your training standards, to help provide those.
Counselor, what I
provide
said was,
but Madam
what I
President,
said, let me correct the record, please. What I said was they needed to get permission from their union to work for a private contractor. That's what I said.
no, ma'am, Madam President, I believe you said they could either be in the private sector or a union.
No, I didn't. What I said was that they needed to get permission for, and you can go back and hear the record, but let me clarify that.
I'm glad Madam President understands that. Thank you. And what I wanted to say was it is not a requirement that you join a union and abandon your benefits. And I think that's a misunderstanding that's important. And so I appreciate Councilor Bassan bringing it because it's a good thing we've heard. And I've seen it in my emails that people had to give up all their things. It's just not true. Councilor Sinham, I think, laid this out really well. And I heard Councilor Gibson say this as well. And the reason I'll support it is this. It's a level playing field for local workers to have a shot at working on large contracts. Because usually what happens is that out-of-state contractors, with the scale of being able to do big projects and buy big machinery and spread that cost out over longer times and larger workforces, can undercut our people. And they'll set up a PO box in Albuquerque, get a local address to be a local company and get our local benefits in contracting and bidding. And I know we've worked to get around that some, but it still happens. Or they'll sub it out to somebody local, but really the money's going back somewhere else. And they'll bring in workforce from out of New Mexico to do that work. We see it extensively on our highway projects. I learned the other day that New Mexico is one of the few states in the country that allows us to exempt highway infrastructure and labor from workforce agreements and from those standards. So, we're seeing it happen. So if we're going to build a $10 million, $11 million West Side Visitor Center or public safety complex in the Southwest Mesa, what we're saying is that somebody like B&D Industry that pays a fair wage, takes care of their employees, covers their health care and tries to get them back to work and get their kids to APS schools on time and to buy them a new car every once in a while and enough money to make up that 6% difference at the grocery store, that local company should have the benefit of bidding on a fair and equal level playing field with a big national company that can undercut prices and lose money on an Albuquerque job or import people for less money from Texas or Arizona. And that's just not fair to our local workers. So I appreciate it. And I think this is a good discussion and it's a good place for us to lay down our values. So thank you, Madam President, for the time for the discussion tonight.
Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. So I do think that we've discussed thoroughly the struggling local economy that we have right now. And I think that we are all very aware of that. I think that it seems to me that if we're going to, Councilor Sena, I agree with you 100% when you say that we need to support local contractors. I hear that. My concern is that by passing this PLA, we will actually make it so that we go out of state for more work because some of these local contractors can't do these jobs if they have to meet and exceed certain agreements. That's not to say that they're bad businesses. That's not to say that they're not giving good wages and good benefits. That's to say that they're local. And the argument is going both ways and it's the same statements in my opinion. So I think that, I am concerned that this is going to have more out of state contracting coming in versus the benefit of forcing this upon people. And I think that I just don't fully understand it because people don't fully understand it. We've heard that from multiple counselors tonight. It's great that we're clarifying. So that being said, I think that on principle alone, I can't support this. And I think that that's just too soon and too premature.
Councilor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. I think for me, that it actually does support our economy and that it reinforces really for us this pipeline. Having this consideration and conversation of having trained, skilled labor force to actually have that pipeline directly towards working on these major critical infrastructure projects. And for us, that's been the conversation from the get-go. And I think that until even we have more reinforcement of even the Davis-Bacon Act and really talking about misclassification, that these issues in terms of our labor will persist. And that for me, having to support our local economy and really getting to say that folks, whether they're unions or not, because this again benefits us all, whether you're not in a union or not. And for me, it's really stating that if we get to build these projects, we also get to enjoy them, whether it's building houses and being able to finally afford one, whether it's building, whether it was the stadium or not, the soccer stadium or not, or even the West Side Indoor Complex. You also get to have the money to afford and enjoy a lot of these projects that you also get to have worked on. And so for me, that's really where it's at. I think that having really these PLAs set forward, it offers the transparency that the city so needs to provide for our community. I think that even through the conversations of, even though the ART or through the Sunport on some of these projects that we've really had to keep finessing, for lack of a better term, and having to increase costs because of that. And for this really sets out these wages benefits ahead of time so that everybody knows and understands their working conditions, their wages, and what expectations they have before actually starting this project, even for the community and for the city themselves. And what's most important, I think that even through the pandemic, what has been highlighted the most is really for our communities of color. Through this will truly benefit our working families, our communities of color, because having this direct pipeline and having even these apprenticeships that really stress the need for that, and having set forward these conditions and supporting our working families from the get-go so that we can really recover from this pandemic is what's important for me. So although I appreciate this conversation, that I know that having this real overall discussion of how we can support our working families, whether you're union or not, and how that this could actually pave the way for our economy. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. So I was just going to remind counselors that this evening we had Local 412, we had Local 611, we had IBEW, we had the Central Labor Council president of the PLA speak on behalf of the PLA in support of the PLA. So I was just going to remind the counselors that we even had JB Henderson speak in support, who's a local contractor and employs union workers. But what's important is that we have a better product as certain city projects move forward, and remind us that these union workers have to certify yearly. They have to show their yearly certs in order to be part of the union. They are apprentices at the beginning and eventually become skilled labor, more professional. The unfortunate circumstance is that if the work is not in New Mexico, then they have to travel out of state. And that doesn't help anybody, especially their families. So that is why I've chosen to support this bill, because I think that, at the end of the day, the city will get a better product on the larger projects. So with that, I will consider that a close unless anyone else wants to speak. I don't see any hands in the queue, so I will go to Ms. Ortega for a vote.
Councillor Bassan,
No.
Councillor Benton, Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Davis,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
No.
Councillor Jones,
No.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sena,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 6-3 vote.
Thank you, counselors. That passes on a 6-3 vote. So with that, counselors, I'm going to try to move our meeting along. We have Councillor Gibson, R208. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. And R208 is the resolution. Oh, man, hold on one second. There it is. Sorry about that. R208 is encouraging the city of Albuquerque to complete the funding for the renovation of Los Altos Park, adding a facility to house a security patrol vehicle to the scope of the funding, to the scope of the park renovation, prohibiting the sale of alcohol at Los Altos Park, funding a feasibility study and design analysis report to construct a footpath around the perimeter of Los Altos Golf Course. I'm going to move a do pass on this. And we do have, I think we have 2 amendments.
I'll second the do pass.
Thank you for that second. Madam President, I believe we have 2 amendments. And we do have Ms. Schultz here, who I think can probably describe this and what we're doing with the 2 amendments.
Madam Chair, Councilor Gibson, I would be happy.
Councilor Gibson, I only have 1 amendment showing.
Well, I think Ms. Schultz will be able to clear that up for us.
Okay, Ms. Schultz, go ahead.
Madam President, Councilor Gibson, thank you. I only worked on 1 amendment this past week, and so I can certainly speak to that one. If there is another Councilor Gibson, we might need to track that one down, but I can speak to the one related to alcohol.
Okay, Ms. Schultz, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was under the impression we were going to have an amendment for the title change, but I guess.
Oh, Madam President, Councilor Gibson, the title change is within this amendment. So the 2 that you're thinking of are incorporated into just 1 document, right. Which it looks like Mr. Moya has pulled up on the screen for councilors to view. So this amendment primarily does 3 things, and the amendment of the title is related to those things that it does. In terms of prohibition on alcohol consumption at this park. If you could scroll down a little bit, Mr. Moya, we had some discussions about prohibitions of alcohol at this park at the last council meeting. The amendment that was put forth at the last council meeting has changed. There were 3 prohibitions at during the previous iteration that would not have allowed for BYOB style liquor where someone could bring their own alcohol onto the premises to consume it. It would not have allowed the city or another operator to seek a permanent liquor license for the site, and it would have prohibited anyone from seeking a special events license to serve liquor on a short-term basis associated with a special event. This amendment instead still pursues those first 2 prohibitions, so you would still not be able to be allowed to bring your own liquor onto the park. The city or another operator would still not be able to seek a permanent liquor license, but this amendment does allow for someone to seek a special event permit. Mr. Moya, if you could scroll down a little bit further. Keep going. Okay. Sorry, I'm losing my words here. The 2 kind of special rules associated with the allowance of a special permit license are that events could not occur more than 12 times in a year. And also the events that special permit could be associated with would have to be a sporting event or a public celebration. And a public celebration would be something like a Summerfest or a state fair type of event. So in terms of how this amendment looks compared to the one at the last council meeting, it kind of opens the door for the special event permit on a very limited basis in terms of the 12 event cap in a calendar year and the sporting event and public celebration requirements. With that, I'd be willing to answer any questions about this amendment. And we also do have Ms. Couladon here who worked on the liquor piece as well.
So, Madam President, I don't see anyone who's offering any.
Counselor, go ahead.
I don't see anybody offering any comments or questions, but I just would like to say that this amendment was drafted trying to stay just as close as we could to, and I think we have, to the commentary that surrounded this resolution in our last meeting. So, and you know, I think I was pretty clear last meeting, but I'll just go ahead and reiterate that I'm really trying to protect the neighborhoods around there and give them some reassurance that that the park is going to be redeveloped and with a focus on security, and that it's, you know, going to be like a brand new park, and you know, be inviting and appealing to the not only the people who live around there, of course, but to tourism, sports tourism, and the like. And I think that this amendment does this. I don't, you know what? I'm sorry, Madam President, I don't believe I moved the amendment. So I will move this amendment number 1.
I think you have several seconds. If I'm, Councilor Senna, is that a second?
For the purpose of discussion, absolutely, sure.
Okay, and then the mayor's conference room has some comments.
Okay. All right. I did not notice that. So let's go to the
Councilor Senna, can we go to the mayor's conference room first?
Madam President and councilors, Councilor Gibson, obviously, in our last city council meeting that we had a long conversation about our concerns with the bill and with this provision of the bill. I do appreciate very much, Councilor Gibson, your opening up the conversation a little more for us to have have the ability to have liquor at this facility as we have in the past. And I did say to you earlier, after I had read the amendment, that we thought we would be could support that, and I do believe we still can. However, there is a piece of this amendment that does concern us tremendously, and that's the limiting the amount of permits to 12 per calendar year. And the reason for that is that if we're going to attract events at the facility and use the facility to its ultimate use, this really limits the ability for us to do that. So let me give you for example, if we have several tournaments during the course of summer months, which we usually do, and we would use up all these permits within the first 3 or 4 months of the summer, and then we would not be able to have any additional events that would require or would like to have alcohol at the site. So if we would be more than willing to work with you if we could eliminate that provision of this amendment. Your movement on this is appreciative, and I think it gets us where we need to go. Ultimately, obviously, as I said to you at the last council meeting, we prefer not to have this at all. But if this is something that that helps us move and meet with you halfway, we certainly can live with the amendment without the required 12 permits, because that does create a bigger issue for us operationally.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Ayala. So what would be an appropriate number? What, you know, let's put the right number in there.
Madam President and Councilor Gibson, look, when we issue these permits, especially these special permits now, there is a whole requirement in terms of security, et cetera, and a lot of work that goes into making sure that these are done correctly. Rather than put a number in there, we would just prefer that we don't have a number. We already are going to be limited by the process anyway. And so I think that putting a number just really creates a challenge. And I would tell you that if we want to put a number in there, I'd say 50. I mean, I don't want to be overly zealot about this, but I just don't know what that would be. But the special use permit does require a certain process that will limit some of those permits. So if the whole idea is to limit the amount of activities that have liquor sales, just the amendment alone is going to put a damper on that. Putting a number on that even makes it even more restrictive. And that's where I believe we have a disagreement or a difference of opinion.
All right. So Mr. Ayala, I've been asked by the neighborhoods to make that limitation, to put that in there. But if you can help me in giving reassurance, and I mean really heartfelt things that we can really back up to the people who live around there, who understand that, yes, we have, softball games over there and tournaments, regular tournaments and such, that will want beer served. So help me. What would you suggest? What can we do to grant them some reassurance?
Madam President and Councilor Gibson, look, I think that what you have done with this amendment, and absent this portion of it, is really, I think, a really strong signal to that neighborhood that, look, right now we have people that bring beer and wine or at least some alcohol into the sites in their coolers. This amendment would prohibit that from happening, so that you don't have that happening on a daily basis or on an event by event basis. So from my perspective, if I'm a neighbor in the neighborhood there, that's already a huge limitation. Additionally, these special use permits go through a public process, and they require security and other, if you will, requirements under the conditional use that already would give, I think, neighbors a sense that there is a reasonable test being put before the hearing officer to allow these permits to be authorized. So those two alone, I think, would give the neighborhood a real sense that the city is managing this in a prudent manner, and that we have the controls and the oversight to ensure that that what was going on before perhaps is not going to be it's not going to be the norm anymore. We're going to have a process now where we know what's going on. I will tell you the challenge for all of us in government will be the enforceability, because this is going to require us to have security folks at the site, because look, we have lots of people practicing on these fields on a daily basis. They bring coolers all the time. Now us requiring to look in their coolers or at least monitor that is going to be another challenge we'll have. But at least with this amendment for the neighborhoods is that at least we're looking at that and we're managing that to the extent we can. I think those two issues alone, I think, should give the neighbors a greater comfort that the city is focused on ensuring that we have a healthy and a good area for the community to recreate and outside and keep the neighborhoods issues in the forefront.
Okay, thank you for that. The bringing liquor onto the park is their probably primary concern. But they did ask for limitations, because, and I think maybe that can be alleviated a little bit. Their fears or concerns can be alleviated a little bit, by demonstrating to them that the city is serious about providing adequate security there, not only during the games when alcohol is being sold and served, but when it's not there. So I have told them that the city has in the budget enough funding for 2 full-time security guards dedicated to that park, and that's helpful. Everything is helpful, but and I'm not going to be here, so I think it's going to be up to to yourself in the 11th floor to remind them that the city does want this to be a really good park and a really safe place for them to come and bring their families. So I will. We can strike that that part of this amendment that calls for an upper limit. Ms. Schultz, can you do that easily enough for us now?
Madam President, Councilor Gibson, I might check with Director Melendres to make sure that I can make that kind of statement on the fly about what should be stricken, and then I can get the documentation to Ms. Ortega tomorrow.
Okay. Well,
Madam President, Councilor Gibson and Ms. Schultz, it looks like within the amendment, there is a subsection B small I, and it looks like if the last sentence of that is stricken, that it would get the amendment where it needs to be. And that does seem like it's something that the mover of the amendment could propose to have removed from their amendment before the final vote.
okay. So I would like to do that now. I would like to strike on section B, it's in brackets. It starts out notwithstanding the above, and it ends with the last sentence in question. The Parks Department shall issue no more than 12 such permits per calendar year for Los Altos Park. And let's go ahead and strike that last sentence. And so now can we vote or consider at least this amendment without that sentence? Where are you? Mr. Melendres, does that do it?
Sorry, Madam President, Councilor Gibson, I didn't appreciate that you were asking me that question, but yes, if I would encourage any councilors to ask questions if they're not clear about what's been stricken, but it sounded clear to me as the amendment that you'll be voting on now.
I'd like a clarification on how this differs from any other sale of liquor at any other regional park that we manage. I mean, does it change what we do already?
Madam President, in some way, well, yes, it does, because as of now, the city's resolution prescribing the ability to serve liquor at city parks already authorizes special event liquor service, and that must go through a process through the State of New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Division and through the City Council's Liquor Hearing Office. What this changes about that with respect to Los Altos is that it limits the ability to do that to sporting events and public celebrations. That's generally my observation has been that that's generally the category of events that usually attract these type of permits anyway. So I don't know that it's a huge limitation, but that would be the unique aspect as it applies to Los Altos Park. As a matter of policy, the Parks Department would be directed to approve its park special use agreements for that purpose only when associated with one of those two types of events.
So do we also need to amend out, Councilor Gibson, under the explanation, the last sentence in the first paragraph?
Well, do we typically modify the explanation?
Madam President, councilors, the explanation component is, for courtesy of the council. It's not codified anywhere. It's not official policy, so it's contextual. You can kind of strike that, within your minds, but it doesn't necessarily require anything formal on the paper amendment.
I'm just saying that it says limits permits to 12 in a calendar year, so we would need to strike that. Even though it's not on the record, the intent is there. Councilor Sena, do you have a comment?
Well, thank you, Madam President. Actually, it was related to this line of discussion because I was going to ask the administration specifically about how many events in each time of the year that Los Altos would really have. So I think that this really compromise that Councilor Gibson's offering really addresses my concern for that. And I think that, for the public's sake, just for the question, say we have, Summerfest or Westfest, oftentimes with these special permits, it's under the individual that's hosting these, it's under their alcohol permits and license. It doesn't fall onto the city. You're also required to have a quarantine kind of area, for lack of a better term, fencing, so that the individuals who are serving alcohol, are getting carded. And there's a lot of special parameters that fall under special permits for a type of event that Councilor is proposing through this amendment. So I just want to be sure that the public also understands that as to what is exactly those special conditions. I think we've kind of talked about it, that Mr. Real kind of briefly discussed that as well. But, just overall, what does an individual say if they're hosting a tournament here? What would they actually have to do in terms of going through this process for that permit?
Madam President and Councilor Sena, if that's the question to us. Remember, this is the City Parks Department that would be the, if you will, it would be the applicant for the permit on behalf of an event. Now, you could get a scenario where you do have a citizens event that may be led by the neighborhood association or others, but they would have to go through the Parks Department. And as you stated, most of these, and I'm not as well versed as I think your council director is as it relates to what is required, because the liquor hearing process happens at the council level. But as you said earlier, you have to have quarantine area, you have to have security, you have to have a making sure that people are checking people's IDs for the proper age and et cetera, and the liability. So all of those things are required as part of having one of these events and having one going through this process. But again, in this particular case, the department itself is asking for the request for the permit for events that occur on the park.
Councilor Gibson, do you want to close on your amendment?
Yes, I think that
As amended?
well, yeah, we need to vote on the amendment. Yeah, the amended amendment. And I think that it does strike a pretty good middle ground that the folks who live closest to this park and have really felt the brunt of a lot of really, difficult issues, we'll call it that. And the ability for, people who go to the park to watch softball. So, yeah, so I urge your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson. With that, we will vote on what we refer to as amendment number 1 that is amended. I guess a friendly amendment. So, Ms. Ortega?
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sena,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0 on Amendment 1.
Thank you. With that, Councilor Gibson, we're going to go back to the original bill as amended. Would you like to make any more comments regarding that? I don't have any counselors asking any questions regarding this, but.
Right. So we did talk about this at least somewhat at our last meeting. I don't know if anybody else has any questions or any other comments they want to make on it. But this is one of the very first things that I was briefed on when I came in 8 years ago. The renovation of Los Altos Park, and so it's always been in my mind. We worked real hard. This council and administration worked real hard to get the swimming pool completed. The beautiful product, and very proud of that. And now we're working on the park, and it's a huge endeavor. And I just want some wanted to be able to say one last time, please everybody work together and make sure that this does happen. So anyway, I do urge all of your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. I will consider that your close. With that, we will move to Ms. Ortega for a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
No.
Counselor Sena,
No.
Counselor Borrego.
No.
Motion passes on a 5-4 vote.
Thank you, counselors. That motion passes on a 5-4 vote. So with that, Counselor Gibson, we will move on to your next item, which is our regular agenda, item number DR 215.
Thank you. So R 215 is making findings in connection with the resolution of Winrock Town Center Tax Increment Development District Number 1, authorizing the issuance and sale of senior lien tax increment bonds and ratifying and approving the issuance and sale of the Winrock Town Center Tax Increment Development District 1 Senior Lien Gross Receipts Tax Increment Bonds, Series 2021. I move it do pass. And Madam President, we do have a Mr. Nick Dodd and Mr. Darren
Counselor
Sand
Gibson, I have a second, I believe, from Counselor Sena. Is that a second, Counselor Sena?
Thank you. Thank you for that.
And we will move to the individual that you'd like to speak.
Okay. I believe we have Mr. Nick Dodd. I don't see him right here, but there he is. Mr.
Before we
Dodd.
move to that, Counselor Gibson, did you want to move your floor sub?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. We do have a substitute for this. I would like to move in your iPads. If I can get a second.
So we have a motion to move the floor sub, and Counselor Davis has seconded the floor sub. So then we will bring, I don't see him. Is he on?
Yes,
Mr.
he's
Moya?
on, Madam President. His name is Mr. Nick Dodd.
Good evening, Madam President. My name is Nick Dodd, and members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here. The matter before you this evening is for the Winrock Tax Increment District. This is primarily a refinancing of the 2015 bonds. Interest rates are lower today. The savings are north of 13%. And there will be a small amount of additional funding for some road improvements and additional park improvements within the district. This will be the third bond sale by the Winrock TID since 2015. As you may remember, we were before the council prior to COVID, kind of got caught in COVID. And so this is finally bringing back to closure the refinancing of those bonds, which we were never able to achieve because of the COVID pandemic. I'll pause there and would be happy to answer any questions, Madam President and Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Do any counselors have any questions of Mr. Dodd? I don't see any questions, sir. Thank you so much for being on, but stick around. We may have future questions. Any comments? Many of the counselors? I don't see any comments on the floor sub. So with that, we will move to a vote. Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0 on the floor sub.
Thank you, counselors. That amendment or that floor sub passes on a 9-0. We'll move back to the original bill, Counselor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just urge your support. This is the third bill that has come before this body
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. With there are no further questions. So with that, we will move to a vote. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0 and R215 as substituted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Counselors, I was looking to take about a 15-minute break, or I can just keep on going. It's up to the council.
Madam
I'm
President, it doesn't seem
Yes.
like we have too many big items left.
We
I
have-
think if we just rock through.
We could move through these pretty quickly, I think.
My vote is moved through.
We have 6 amendments on one. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 8:47, more or less. Thank you. Welcome back to our city council meeting. We took a 15-minute break, and thank you, councilors, for joining us again. And I believe that we will have all of our councilors except Councilor Benton, who will be excused. This is our December 6th, 46th meeting of the 24th council, and we will call it back to order. We are on item number E, R222. This is sponsored by Councilor Pena, Councilor Sena, Councilor Bassan, and Councilor Borrego. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Madam President. So R222 is establishing the legislative and budget priorities for the city of Albuquerque for the second session of the 55th New Mexico State Legislature, and I move a do pass.
Thank you, Councilor. I'll second that. Councilor Sena, I see a second also. So Councilor Pena, would you like to explain it?
Sure, maybe we should do the amendments just for time's sake, do the amendments first, and then I can go into the explanation of the bill.
We can do that. Councilor, we have 3 amendments regarding this particular item. And one is sponsored by you, 2 are sponsored by me, and I can explain mine, but would you like to go ahead with yours? We'll call that floor amendment number 1.
Madam President, if you have, oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. So this amendment number 1 is delete attachments 1, 2, and 3 to R222 and replace with attachments 1, 2, and 3 that are attached to this floor amendment. So the explanation is it replaces the comprehensive list of city capital outlay requests for the coming legislative session with a set of priority capital requests. The intergovernmental committee collects a list of city capital outlay requests. Upon reviewing that list and gathering the information on the amount of capital outlay that is estimated to be available for the coming legislative session, the IGR establishes procedures to develop a priority list, and these procedures are submitted to the mayor and city councilors, who subsequently provide the priorities from the list of requests in the comprehensive list.
Thank you, Councilor. So we have an amendment, which we will call number 1. It is in your packets, councilors, and it is sponsored by Councilor Pena. So I have a second from Councilor Sena. Thank you, Councilor Sena, for that second. Do we have any questions? I don't see any questions, but let me take one more look here. I don't see any questions, Councilor. So I guess I'll consider that also your close on that amendment. We will go to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton. Excuse. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
No.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
No.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-2 vote.
7-2 vote.
Sorry.
On that.
Excuse me, 6-2 with Councilor Benton excused.
I'm sorry, Councilor, 6-2 vote on that. And so I will move our next amendment, which is my bill. And it is, will be labeled as amendment number 2. And we will put it up on the screen, but I'll read it into the record. Give me a second here. For attachment 3, insert the following legislative priority in alphabetical order: Petroglyph Estates Park Playground Development to design, construct, and equip a playground at Petroglyph Estates Park. So I'd like to add this to my floor amendment number 2. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. I think that was you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions, councilors? I don't see any questions. Thank you. We will go to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton. Excuse. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
No.
Counselor Harris? Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sena?
Yes.
Counselor Borrego?
Yes.
Passes on a 7-1 vote with Counselor Benton excused.
Thank you, counselors. That passes on a 7-1 vote. I have one more floor amendment. It's labeled as item number 3, floor amendment number 3. And we have that up on the screen. And just very briefly for attachment 1, insert the following legislative priority in alphabetical order. Cloud-based criminal justice consolidation engine, develop a cloud-based dashboard and internet engine to track cases from point of inception to disposition. So I will move that amendment. Do I have a second? Councilor Pena, thank you for that second. It looks like the mayor's conference room wants to weigh in on this. I'm not sure who's speaking. Please identify yourself.
Madam President, this is Isaac Padilla. I'd like to thank you for offering this amendment. What we're doing with this, or what we're requesting, is working with the county, who is working with the CJCC. And what this amendment does, or we ask the state to do, is fund this particular system. This will allow us to track somebody that's been arrested all the way through the entire process. So that's through the DAs, through the courts, through all of that stuff. So that's why we're requesting this to be added. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pettia. Are there any questions regarding this particular amendment, councilors? Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. May we just see that one more time? I'm missing it in my iPad somehow. So can we just look at it? I like the explanation just now, but. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Okay, with that, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't oppose this. Is it appropriate? Can I ask the mayor's conference room a quick question, Mr. Padilla, probably?
Madam Chair, Councilor Davis, yes.
Madam President, Mr. Padilla, thanks for this. Can you tell me, is this the same project or working in concert with the one that the DA was already developing with the DOJ grant to the Chamber of Commerce and the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, or is this some other effort? Do you know?
Madam President and Councilor Davis, this is actually, the county's been working with New Mexico Tech on this particular project for past couple years. So that's what this is in support of. They asked us, and when we were meeting with them, and we said yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Madam President. It's a good project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. Any other questions, councilors? I don't see any other questions. So with that, we'll move to a vote.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Counselor Gibson has indicated she's had to leave the meeting. So Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sena?
Yes.
Counselor Borrego?
Yes.
Passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thank you, councilors. It passes on a 7-0 vote. Councilor Benton had to leave, and so did Councilor Gibson. So with that, we will move back to the bill. Councilor Pena, would you like to close?
Absolutely. I'd like to be brief, but I think it's important. One thing that I was noticing, Madam President, Tom Minicucci, if you want to briefly talk about the bill, I want to thank you, Jeff, everybody, Council Services, for all your work on this. But I don't see the part about the online stuff on here. Can you tell me where it's at, or am I just missing it?
It's, Madam Chair, it's in attachment 1. And if you go to, you know what, and I do apologize. I think that doesn't seem to be in the first attachment. Let me check. It might be in the second attachment. Yes. I do apologize. It didn't seem to get in, so that's a mistake on my part. That there is another. I can read it in for you real quickly if I have it. One. Oh, here it is. It is in attachment 1. It's the second one down. First one would say housing income. I hope I have it correct. To say housing income distribution. I have the right one here. And then internet tax collection management and data provisions. Is that in there?
My analyst must not have printed the correct one. I don't have it in here. So
I'll verify that as is. If
not, we need to add it as an amendment. Does
So-
everyone have that in your packet?
I don't believe we do, Counselor. Do you want to read it into the record? Because that would be we would have to go back to our amendments, and that would be floor amendment number 4, I think.
Yeah, so I could, if it's not in there, if it's not in your, I apologize, that's a mistake on my part when I was doing the attachment.
Ms. Ortega, do you have that?
Yes, in fact, I do, Madam President.
We're going to try to show that on the screen.
It is page 2 of the PDF that you showed on screen, Mr. Moya. If you could please pull that up. 2.
I apologize. I just want to make sure that it's in there. And the reason I'm referencing this is it's because it's the online.
Okay. So yes, Madam Chair, Madam President, Councilor Pena, so it would be the second one. Internet tax collection management and data provisions. And this was worked out with the CFO Baca and the city's budget officer.
Okay, so she must have printed she must have printed the incorrect one, because it looks like I'm missing that.
So Counselor, do we need to add that as an amendment if it's already on there?
Apparently it's in there. I just, my analyst must have just printed
We
the
will not
wrong.
have a floor amendment number, amendment number 4.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say that there's just some important, legislation in here. And Tom, if you want to just kind of briefly go over some of the policy stuff that we've added in here, in addition to many of the capital projects. And I just want to say that, even on this resolution for our city priorities to the legislature, they kind of mirror the ordinance that just failed. It has the pool, it has the public safety, it has Cibola Loop, it has, this is really, oftentimes, like I said before, once we go to the state legislature, they ask us, what as a city have we done to contribute to these projects? And we were hoping to go up there and say that, we're here, and with your support, we'll be able to completely finish these projects. I think it changes it just a little, but I just wanted to highlight that these bills kind of don't mirror each other, but they're complementary. They were complementary of each other. And then we have some real important policy statements that we're trying to make in here. One of them was one that Councilor Borrego had introduced about reducing criminal firearm use, and then housing income discrimination, and obviously additional dollars for mental health services, and one particular, and substance and behavioral health services. And one in particular also was sometimes young men and women of color, or just young folks just in general. We have a provision that we're asking to be removed at the state to remove marijuana from public safety employment exclusion. And this would remove state statutory exclusions prohibiting applicants for public safety positions who acknowledge using marijuana from applying for public safety positions. I think that's a real important policy statement. And then the one that I don't have on my list that is about our internet tax. We're just asking the state legislature to really come up and streamline a process so it could be more predictable, so that we know what as a city that we're getting, much like the way we do with our GRT. And then of course, a whole host of priorities per district. And we have in here, I think, 4 priorities per district, but I do want to publicly state that we have much more, but for the purposes of this legislation, we've decided as a council to add our top 4 priorities. But me, like other councilors, are going to go up there and we'll have a whole host of other requests that we'll be asking. And then, of course, to this list is the administration's priorities as well. So Tom, if you'll say anything, I'm sorry. I said I was going to be brief and then I went on.
Actually, Madam President, Councilor Pena, members of the council, Councilor Pena said it quite well. I really don't have anything to add on that unless there are any questions.
I just add that if you look real close, you might run into Councilor Sena and I in Santa Fe. So just FYI. And I just wanted to mention also, Councilor Pena, I did have a conversation today with Councilor Bassan on M11, and I hope all of the councilors, since I will not be here, will look to their legislators regarding that. And I did have a conversation today with the district attorney's office, and they're really quite excited about that bill and how they can institute some of those provisions and try to move them forward.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'll close and I urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. With that, we will move to a vote. Ms. Ortega?
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sena,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
7-0 on R222 as amended.
I should also say that if you look closely at the legislature, you might also run into Councilor Harris and Councilor Gibson. So with that, councilors, we are going to move on to item number G, which is R224. And this is Councilor Pena. And I understand that we also have 3 amendments regarding this particular bill as well. So Councilor Pena, would you like to discuss your bill?
Thank you, Madam President. R224 is adjusting fiscal year 2021 appropriations for certain funds and programs to provide for actual expenditures and adjusting fiscal year 2022 operations. I move it to pass.
Thank you, Councilor. I'll second that bill, that vote. And I see Councilor Sena also. So councilors, we have 3 floor amendments. One is sponsored by myself, one is sponsored by Councilor Davis, and one is sponsored by Councilor Bassan and Councilor Sena. So in that order, I will call my item floor amendment. I'm sorry, amendment, not floor amendment, amendment number 1. And Mr. Moya, thank you. So on page 5, after line 4, insert the following: Paseo del Volcan, 13 GO bond money in the amount of $686,249. And I am moving that, transferring that to Paseo del Norte. So I move that amendment. And I have a second from Councilor Sena, thank you, and Councilor Davis, thank you. Any questions? This is some really old money, councilors, so I think it's highly appropriate. Ms. Ortega, would you like to take the vote on this?
Yes, ma'am. Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sena,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
7-0 on amendment 1.
Thank you, councilors. We will move to amendment number 2, and this is sponsored by Councilor Davis. Councilor Davis. Councilor Davis, are you there?
I was saying very smart things that no one but my dog could hear. Thank you, ma'am. Madam President, this amendment adds some cleanup appropriations for FY22 relating to operating expenditures. It continues our commitment to the tiny home villages. We've all seen that project is fully funded or is fully built, but the county is currently looking for staffing to help fill those positions. And so I think it would be helpful for us to fund our commitment to housing to do that. It also allows us to begin funding for the International District Library, the park that's associated. It's an AMAFCA project. It's one of those where they build the hole, Madam President knows well, to solve our draining problems in some of our poorer, older infrastructure neighborhoods. And they're ready to hand us over a hole, but we have to do something with it. And this would start that planning process for design.
Counselor, may I just define that as a drainage facility? rather
Yes,
than
ma'am.
a
If you'll
hole.
vote for it, I'll call it a drainage facility too.
Thank you. I'll second that, Counselor.
Thank
You have a second from Counselor Sena as well, I believe. Any questions? I don't see. Oh, Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm struggling with this one because although I love libraries and I love helping people, we've seen the debacle that is currently the situation of the tiny home village. Why?
Precisely because there is a debacle. I agree with you in that regard. So there are 40 some odd residents that are homes there, but I think less than 3 or 4 are occupied. And that is because the county's original plan, Madam President, was to create a resident council that would screen people and recruit residents who are ready to transition. As it turns out, that's not working as well. And so the county is moving to a more traditional model where they would have social workers and staff on site to help guide that process. And so there's been a surge of people wanting to get into the facility, but unfortunately they don't come with caseworkers. And so this is providing a caseworker. We're not solving the 4,000 people that need housing in Albuquerque, but we are taking a few of them off the streets and giving a solution. This is a partnership the county asked us to help with so that we can try that out and see if it works. And I think a one-time appropriation to help them get that started is helpful.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. Madam President, I think that, thank you for that explanation. I think it definitely helps. Here's hoping that the funding we are putting forward for operations and maintenance of an existing facility will be a winner so that we can go ahead and reduce affordable housing and homelessness throughout Albuquerque. And I will support this amendment because I refuse to hold a grudge, even though I really want to.
Madam President, I appreciate that from my colleague from the Heights, and it won't be forgotten when we come back next year with a package to take care of those, and I'd love to help you with that.
Any other? Counselor Harris?
Yes, I can't support this. I mean, this is a county facility and a county program. I mean, why don't we just ask the county for funding for a few hundred cops, or why don't we ask the county for funding for bus drivers? Just because we can't get it done, why don't they do it for us? I mean, that's their program, and they're not getting it done. I mean, so we're going to keep coming back and say, well, we can't do it. So the city of Albuquerque, I mean, that's how we got in this ridiculous situation that we got in with Albuquerque Public Schools, where we kept bailing them out because we would. And it just created a horrible precedent. So for that reason, I'm not going to vote for this.
Madam President, if I may respond, and I understand Councilor Harris's position. I expected and understand it, but I would remind the councilor that although it is a county-run facility, it's wholly within the city, and the folks living on the street are in the city and using this facility. And we have been funding this project, both in terms of capital and of operating in the past. The county's just changing their model, and I want to give them time with one-time, not recurring appropriations to use the rest of the fiscal year to try out a new model to see if it could be more successful. But I understand the concern. Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, Councilor Harris.
Albuquerque Police Department is fully within the county of Bernalillo. Albuquerque bus drivers drive their buses fully within the county of Bernalillo. I mean, that argument gets you nowhere, Council. Yeah, I still have the same objection.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. Any other comments? I don't see any other comments. Councilors, with that, we will go to a vote on amendment number 2. Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
Thank you, councilors. Our last amendment, councilors, is amendment number 3. This is sponsored by Counselor Bassan and Counselor Sena. Which one of you would like to present this?
Madam President, I don't mind if it's all right with Counselor Sena to start. So I would like to move, I guess, amendment number 3 on page 3 after line item 18, insert the following: children and family development for $250,000. This is to increase the Family and Community Department's budget to restore funding to All Faiths Children Advocacy Center as done in the previous budget cycles. And this would come from the available fund balance. I think that it's important for Albuquerque to know, and even beyond, that They do trauma-based work with children who are impacted by violence at home, whether they witnessed something or they've experienced something themselves. This is the only facility in the state of New Mexico that does this. And I believe that if we are going to change our crime culture here in Albuquerque, we also have to look at our children and making sure to advocate for them. So they are short approximately $250,000 every year in their budget. And I think that Albuquerque should commit to making sure that we fill that commitment and that we support them so that they can do what is best for our children and for Albuquerque in the long run.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Senna, did you have anything to add?
No, that's essentially it, but I'm also seconding this amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Senna. Councilor Pena, you have a comment?
Yes, Madam President. I don't know if we have any of our city staff, if we have Jesse Munoz on, because I had actually, I think, a budget cycle or two ago, and I know you were answering that question for me, but I had put in $150,000 and apparently they had never received it. And then looking at the budget, it seems to something, it's, anyway. So Mr. Munoz, can you answer that question?
Madam President, Councilor Pena, yes. The request for All Faith Advocacy Center was requested this year. I think all that happened is, in looking back, it may have just dropped off accidentally. I think it was an oversight. I don't think it was anything that was purposely removed or asked to be removed by anyone. So, and just looking back, the only thing I could see is that it just was not included in the list for whatever reason. So this amendment does attempt to correct that mistake, and hopefully in the future we won't make that mistake again.
So Madam President, Mr. Munoz, so this is actually some of that money? Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, yes. We had been in the past appropriating about $150,000 in the budget every year. And again, that dropped off this year. So this includes the $150,000 plus some additional funds. So.
Okay, Madam President, Councilor Bassan and Councilor Senna, I would love to add my name as a co-sponsor on this, because this is something that I had thought, after talking to them, I had thought they had been receiving the money, and come to find out when they presented to us that they hadn't received money from the city in a while. I was kind of surprised. So I'd love to add my name if you guys will have me. And thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Pena.
Madam President, I'm fine with that, but I want you all to know I'm laughing because I now need to charge this computer. So I'm like technically challenged today. Thank you all.
Councilor, we're almost done, so hang on. The mayor's conference room, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, Madam President and councilors, yes, I just want to let you know that I agree with Mr. Muniz. It was somehow kind of an oversight, and we will make it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, we will go to a vote. Ms. Ortega?
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Harris, Councilor Harris.
Harris?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Senna,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
7-0 on Amendment 3.
Thank you, councilors. We will move back to R224 as amended. Councilor Pena.
I urge your support.
No further questions. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Senna,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
7-0 on R224 as amended.
Thank you, councilors. That passes on a 7-0. With that, councilors, there's no further business to come before the city council meeting. So this meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening.